Welcome to Lacombe Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy. Welcome to Drayton Valley Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Day 2.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, we are ready. Nationals. Time to go. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Better now.
Good.
Better now. We had a bit of a panic this morning, but we're good to go. So welcome to game 1 of day 2. I have Michelle Manton and Al Paquette with me. And we are going to be watching the Alberta BC match. We can go over some rosters here. Michelle, if you want to read the BC one.
Okay. I do so well with reading rosters. I'm the best at it. Okay. Girls, we have Kira Thurston, Brianna Zubkoff, Addison Dalen, I'm going to assume. And then for boys, we have Nick Posenkoff, Gavin Ing, Evan Borge, and coach is Karen Sirnik. Sirnik? Yeah. And they're at Lincoln Lanes, it looks like.
Yeah. Did you want to read the Alberta roster?
Absolutely, yeah. For Alberta, for the girls, we have Jillian Collins, Michaela Sanderson, Brianna Nystrom. For the boys, we have Jordan Lowen, Nathan Woodkovich, Matthew Cox, and coaches Heidi Mapstone and Steve Petrosevich, bowling out of Bonnie Dunes bowling lanes.
Amazing. So, thoughts for the day?
Oh, I'm just excited. This is such a different thing. Obviously, we're used to it with Pro League and stuff, but having coached nationals a couple of years ago, I can imagine for the teams, this is a very different experience. I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, this is kind of like moving day, right? So yesterday they got their feet wet with their first 4 games. Today they have 5 games left, and if you've checked out the standings, they're still fighting for a national championship here. So this is make or break, and this, everybody's going to be jockeying for position to either get into that championship round or that, a good seed in the consolation round. So it doesn't matter where you are in the standings, you're playing for something. So that's pretty neat, and it'll be intriguing how it works out and how everybody keeps track of, the teams across the country on the different streams and stuff. It's a whole different dynamic, but it seems like it's going pretty well so far. So I'm just excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, me too.
Amazing. All right. We're a couple minutes away here. We can even see, let me just bring up. See if I can get the standings of where we're at.
Yeah, and this is like a huge match coming out of the gate. I think we have BC and Alberta, and that's BC sitting in first place with 26.5 points, and Alberta is tied for second at 26 points, so only half a point behind.
It is so close.
Yeah, it's a massive game to start the day. So hopefully everybody's tuning in, and hopefully these kids will put on a good match for us.
Yeah, I think we're in for a treat here.
Yeah, because when I looked, I know that Nathan's just been bowling up a storm. I think he's averaging, when I looked, it was something like 301 or something.
He's at 302, and if Katie scrolls down, you can actually see the the individual averages and stuff like that. So yeah, like Nathan is at 302, Michaela 227, 224, 260 for Jordan, and on the BC side, 267 for Addison, leading the way there. So just an incredible average. The ladies, doing really well there, 259 and 239 for the ladies, carrying BC to the lead right now.
Yeah. No, it is going to be a very exciting game. I'm really interested to see how the coaches line up the players because in case our viewers don't know, this is a match play. It's very much like the Open. You have your 5 players with one on the bench that you can bring in. And so it'll be really interesting to see how the coaches match up their players today.
Yeah. Well, we are about to find that out because it's time. I'm going to bring up, this is my first go around, guys. I did not do this yesterday. So
you're doing great.
Be patient with me, but we'll bring this in and get them going. And good luck to both teams. Sorry, guys. Amateur hour here. So I'm like, why is it so quiet? Here we go.
Okay.
That's okay. I started talking and I was like, oh, I'm still in the background.
Yeah. Jen coming in clutch and letting us know that we're just talking to nobody. So thank you for that.
There we go. I think I figured out all my tech issues and now the rest of the day is going to be so smooth sailing.
Let's knock on wood here. These streams look really strong right now. I can see all the pins standing up and stuff like that. And, BC having their little team powwow on the lane there. So interesting move.
Yeah, I know they did this yesterday. I was able to catch a couple games while I was at work yesterday. And I know that before every game, they were coming up on to send everybody, get them going for the game. So a nice little touch that they've been doing every game.
That is really cool. We don't see their lineup just yet, but we can take a look at how Alberta's starting out with Nathan in lead. Very, like I said, we said he's been bowling very strongly yesterday, followed with Brianna, Jillian, Michaela, and Jordan. Jordan, I had the pleasure of coaching Jordan a couple of years ago in nationals, and he's just such an even-keeled kid, nice, calm, great place to put him in that anchor spot. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that'll leave Matthew on the bench for Alberta to start.
Yeah, exactly. Which honestly, another great person to have like strength on the bench. This is a really strong team, and I'm sure that they have every confidence in every player, which is really nice.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew actually came off the bench in Game 4 yesterday, and actually bowled 5 frames for 164 over those five frames to steal his point for the team. So definitely a guy that you can feel comfortable coming off the bench with.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fun to see what British Columbia does.
I'm sure they'll get it up and running for us shortly.
So a question that I have that I thought of this morning. So obviously, as it is with the Open, 10th frame rule. How are they playing that? Because we don't do that in Pro League. We just go. But are they playing the 10th play game or 10th frame rule, or are they just kind of going with it?
They're just going with it as well. It'd be nearly impossible to do a kind of a ball for ball system.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of curious. I was like, oh, are we changing that because of the format? Which, you're right, does totally make sense.
Yeah. Well, so again, that's something different that they have to deal with, right? So it's definitely something different, but at least it gives them a little bit of, if anybody's been following the Pro League and stuff like that, which obviously we have, it gives them that little taste to see what it is, right? So it might even generate some interest in Pro League moving forward and that more competitive side kind of thing, right? Because 5-Pin Universe and WCBT and other cash tournaments have done such a good job with live streaming. So now they'll be able to, to go back and look at their videos. It's a good training tool as well to see, what kind of shot you did in a certain situation. I know I use it personally. I know a lot of other people's do as well. So the fact that even Carrie mentioned before this all started that every single ball of this tournament will be recorded. So it's pretty neat.
It is really, really cool. And, as being somebody who is interested in national events, and you don't get to see a lot of what's going on, and you have these vested interests in these different young bowlers. And what a great way to have so that it's accessible to everybody, and you can go and you can flip and you can see what other teams are doing, and it is so exciting. We should mention British Columbia has obviously put up their lineup. They've got Gavin, Addison, Nick, Kira, and Brianna in the anchor position. So this will be really fun.
So that leaves Nick on the bench for Columbia. So we got Nick Matthew on the bench.
Who do we have on the? I think Nick's third.
Oh yeah, I can't read.
That's all right.
It's too early. Coffee's still marinating. My screens are going everywhere.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
We'll figure it out.
We will figure it out.
All right, I got the lineups here. So Evan.
Yes.
Evan is on the bench. So Evan and Matthew on the bench, BC Alberta. Love the graphics that Carrie's done there with the Alberta, British Columbia at the bottom there. Really nice layout for the viewers.
And it looks like both scoring systems are counting in, which is really nice.
Yes, I did watch a few games yesterday, and it was a lot of mathing going on there. So sometimes
it's too early to math.
Well, too early to math, and it's the weekend. I shut off my brain when it comes to numbers on the weekend. So a little bit of a slow start from both teams here. Yeah. Nothing, no one getting their feet wet. Maybe getting the jitters out. This is day 2, so they hopefully maybe have a better routine for today. They with all the setup that's involved. I'm sure the kids aren't setting this up. I'm sure there's people in the background doing that.
Yeah. But you're right about jitters. They're coming into day 2. I'm sure they've looked at. Maybe they haven't, because sometimes coaches like to keep that information. But maybe they have looked at where the standings are. They know that it's a big game. Yeah. You do get those little jitters, that little extra pressure that you're throwing on yourself. Okay, where's that Bonnie doing one more?
That's a messy 10 count.
That was too.
Great shot by Kyra there. Is it Kyra? Kira? Sorry.
I'm going to do our best here. I'm going to go Kira.
Kira? Okay.
I'm going to go Kira. But it could be Kyra. Honestly,
So Kira and BC here have 3 marks with Brianna at the anchor spot there. So if they can fill up with 4 marks in a frame, that's always a good sign. So could be a decent start for BC.
Yeah, we're just working on getting our BC commentator into the feed here, so she'll be able to clear up any of those pronunciations.
All those names, yes. Excellent.
We're working on it. That's what I'm working on.
I'm pulling up the press. I'm pulling up the press info here, so we can start talking about these kids here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can say that I know that Michaela has had a fantastic season this year. She just came back from, both her and Nathan just came back from YBC Nationals, and both with silver for singles. And Michaela, I was just doing a little legwork yesterday, and she has made the cut in 3 WCBT events and Diamond Ladies. She came in second. Like, she's just had such a phenomenal year.
Amazing. We have Kayla also in with us now, who's going to be able to speak to those BC players.
Yeah, our BC team, they kind of come from all over the province, so they all got to do a little travel to be here this weekend. Gelling great as a team, great spirits, and great support to one another.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's I know
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's just something to bring up now that she just mentioned that, is that the dynamic for Youth Challenge is like not all these bowlers, yes, they're representing Alberta, but they're, they could be from all over the place, right? So so some of them might not be familiar with each other, but you think about that for all the teams. I know as Northern Ontario, again, just a little plug there, but we have, our geographical area is like 18 hours apart kind of thing, right? So your team could be from one end to the other, so you don't get to know each other. But that's where, you build a lot of those friendships, especially in our sport, where you'll see each other at a lot of these events, whether it's provincials or national level. So it's a really cool tournament. Youth Challenge was always one of my favorites growing up too.
Yeah, absolutely. We are lucky in Alberta. I think the team is made up of primarily, I think 3 from Edmonton, 3 from the Calgary area.
Yeah, 3 from Edmonton and 3 from Calgary.
So, and it's, it's an interesting fact is the 3 girls were all on the Youth Challenge team last year together. So that's, you got that bit coming over. So they're already familiar with each other. Jordan and Matt were both on the 2022 Youth Challenge team together. And I think this is Nathan's first year at YC Nationals.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. But we can even pull this up here. 18 years old, though, and it's first Youth Challenge Nationals. But look at those totals.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, these kids know each other from provincials and other nationals. I know that Nathan's gone a couple of times. And they see each other. And I think when you get at that level where you're always competing with one another, you do get to know each other as well.
For sure. All right. Alberta off to a little bit of a slow start there. Only 1 mark after 7 turns. BC able to kind of take advantage of that and get a little bit of a lead early on here.
Yeah, if they can take advantage of those 3 marks at the bottom there and try to get some counts and put some additional pressure on Alberta, would be an ideal start for sure. That's the thing. And now, and Alberta is making their coaches think maybe nice and early, right? It seems like a few of them are struggling. They're only 2 frames in, but don't forget the poll is in play. So that's something that we always, as commentators, like to kind of analyze and see different perspectives from different coaching styles. So it's it'll be interesting to see.
That is another question. I don't know if anybody knows the answer. In Pro League, our bench players can warm up. So are they allowed to do that in the YC Nationals, or is it more like regular Nationals where you're coming in off the bench and the coach needs to think about, okay, well, maybe I'll make the pull after the first ball so they have a couple of ball warm up?
Yeah, I think because it's a national event, I think there's no practicing on the sides.
That would make sense.
Great shot there. Great double from we need a BC help. Is it Kiara?
Kira.
Yeah.
And she's this is her second time competing at the YC Nationals, so she's got a little bit of experience there.
That's great.
What does the rest of your team, are there any other ones that have been on the national team before?
Yeah, Gavin was the last 2 years, so this is his 3rd. For the rest of the team, it is their first.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully for some of them, not their last, as we do have some young ones on the team too. Like Addison is only 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hopefully is going to get to experience this a lot more over the next few years in her career.
Addison is 13 and she's averaging 267 after the first 4 games. Unreal.
Wow. That's amazing.
Decent finish of the frame there for Alberta, picking up 3 marks to at least keep up with BC's 3 marks in that frame. So the only advantage there is Kira's double there. So still a pretty close game throughout. And again, if we're going on format and stuff like that, for those viewers that aren't aware, it's every individual game. So you see Gavin and Nathan, they're playing for a point, Addison, Brianna, so on and so forth. And then the team total, so the number you see at the bottom right, the 186 and the 150, that total, whoever has the highest total gets 3 points for a total of 8 every game.
Great spare by Nathan there. And matched by Gavin. He's got a spare as well. Oh, and Addison, nice strike.
BC doing a good job of keeping the pedal to the metal here, posting up marks, keeping up with Alberta, and just keeping that momentum going. Obviously, BC is the first place team at 26.5 points. Late push there from Nick to get that left corner. So a little bit of a break. So, so this is, again, first and second place, 26.5 for British Columbia. Alberta's at 26. And, so lots on the line to start off Saturday here.
There's definitely been some amazing bowling across the country, which is fantastic to see from all teams.
Yeah, we can even pull up for a second here some of those high scores that we were seeing. I'm just going to pull it really quick here. The high scores from yesterday. Maxim from Manitoba with a 367.
Wow.
Females high score with a 326 was from Newfoundland, Vanessa, but like lots of big scores. Nathan bowling in this match here with a 900 triple to start the day.
And it looks like Alberta's picking up their socks a little bit here in the third frame.
Absolutely. Kira there with the open frame, still sitting at 75 after 3 frames. So still a good start. Oh. So some close matches. No one running away with anything at this point. It's still very close, 283 to a little fuzzy there, 247, I think. So within 30 pins, that's usually a ball or two at the most. So still well within reach for everybody. Lots of marks up there, 4 marks for BC. And I believe that's 4 marks for Alberta as well. 5 all the way down. So
yeah,
I have the live sticker on my chat thing here that covers up Nathan's score. So I can't tell.
Fair.
And I have it in French. My computer set up in French, so it says en direct, so it's even longer. It blocked. It's a real mess.
Oh,
I saw that strike though.
Yeah,
that was a good strike from Nathan.
That was a great shot.
Big 30 count for the team. So Nathan starting to feel it after his great first day.
Yeah.
So for anybody who this is their first match that they're watching of the event, just so everybody knows, they are playing match play against each other. So the person who's playing in first will play against the person in first on the other lane. Those are worth 1 point each. And they're also playing as a team match play for team total. So that comes as a 3-point bonus. So each game is worth 8 points.
Alberta starting to feel it there. So that's what, if they had a full 5 frames, they're up to 10 marks in a row now. Nice little string for Team Alberta. BC, Gavin got that corner pin, left a good count on the spare. Unfortunately missed it, but still in his match. But that strike from Nathan definitely tightens that one up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Addison looks like she's going to open in this 4th frame. With the unfortunate head pin.
Yes, unfortunately.
They're never fun, but she's clearly all over the head pin. Her only 2 opens are 2 head pins. Does leave a lot of pins out there. That's, one thing when it comes to pinning, right? That 5 pin on that strike ends up being a 10-point shot. So, it's, again, just learning. These are still kids kind of thing. So, but a lot of talent out there, but got to clean up those things a little bit. Good clean up there. Still a 70 start, still well within her match against Brianna as well. So we'll see how she bounces back.
Yeah, and this is where it's a little bit different than when we're watching Pro League. Obviously, with Pro League, you've got very seasoned bowlers. It's fun to watch the talent in this youth bowling, but it's a little unpredictable, right?
It is, and that's fine because these kids,
Yeah.
some like I saw. If you look at the average sheets from the the press releases, these aren't the pro league guys and stuff like that. But this is the future of our sport, right? So if there's any criticism or thing, please just take it as constructive. We're just being open and friendly. We're not it's all good. We understand we were probably all in those shoes at one point. So we just.
Absolutely.
This is awesome. It's all good here.
Yeah, it is. And it is a very different view, right, than what's usually being streamed. Because they are kids and they are talented and they are, you can see the strength of our sport there and hoping that it continues to grow and come into the adult end of things too. It's exciting because I don't know about the BC players, but I know that I've seen at least Michaela and Jordan out at several WCBT events. So they're getting out there. I've seen Akira Anseth from Saskatchewan several times.
Jaden Algier from BC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a couple not on the team this year who do the tours, but there is a few out of BC who do participate and have been around, the nationals at different tournaments over the years. But I think this is a great experience for the BC team and other teams to get to experience kind of what the future of bowling could hold too with this type of event happening more often in the pro league.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just really exciting. I'm so happy to see where bowling's going into and taking advantage of things like this, where, in previous years, if something like this had happened, they probably would have just ended up canceling the youth challenge, right?
I think it's a great experience for those who don't make these tournaments either to get to see what it's about and learn the format and give them something to strive towards in their future as well and understanding how that's going to work for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another head pin for Addison.
Yeah.
3 head pins in 5 frames. Alberta is on a heater, 14 marks in a row.
Yeah.
Really making a push, took a lead on total there with a bunch of marks working. So
yeah,
BC's got to get on it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Addison yesterday had those 2 300 games and averaged 267. So I'm sure that with a minor adjustment here, she should be able to get back on those strikes.
Yes.
You can even pull this up here. 13 years old.
Unreal.
Wow.
Wild, the talent already from someone so young. 355 high triple or high single. Big talent on the lane there.
And this is where the coaches come in, right? I'm sure Addison's coach is having a little chat and I'm, talking about that adjustment, what are we going to try and do here? Because we all know, when you're coaching the youth, also a lot of that mental game really comes into play a lot. And it is a lot about managing emotions as well. Right. And it can be very frustrating to have 3 head pins in 5. It's frustrating for an adult to have 3 head pins in 5 frames.
100%.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's a never-ending battle, regardless if you're a kid or an adult.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
we all deal with our emotions, and I know as a kid my emotions were a lot worse than they are now, but still can still be a little heated on the lane. So it's it's definitely something that they got to work on, and they'll learn. We've all been through it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And the thing is when you're making those adjustments, when you have those 3 or 4 head pins in a row, the tough part about it is also being able to not throw the ball differently because you're also frustrated. And it's one thing to make an adjustment, but you still have to throw the ball the same way for that adjustment to not take off on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Michaela there with an uncharacteristic 5 hole on her double there. So that actually gives Kira a little bit of an advantage in the 4 spot there. Nick with a big triple there. We got to get the turkey graphics out. I saw those emojis or whatever. Yes. We need to slap out the turkey for Nick there. So he
and Brianna.
Brianna, yeah.
There's so many turkeys. Okay, when they get to 4, that's when we'll throw that out there.
Excellent.
It's the first game. It's the first game. Everybody, give us a warm up here. We'll get things going.
Yeah. I had to work all day yesterday, so this is like my warm-up day of this.
Yeah.
So good frame from BC there. Like we got a 40-pin game here, and we got an extra mark for BC. So obviously Alberta does have 2 doubles coming up here at the top with Nathan and Brianna. So this would be an exciting second half here. It seems like a pretty even match so far.
And I think this is exactly what we expected from these 2 teams. When you think about it, these are our 2 teams who are 2 of the top 3 in the standings right now. So it makes sense that we're going to have that good game coming out of them.
Yeah, and it's just been, those jitters for, BC and Alberta got out pretty quick. And now I think you can see even the emotion in the bowlers on the lanes, right? You saw Gavin there just try to kind of slide one out there almost on his knees there. So I love to see that, right? And as a leadoff, you're trying to get your team fired up. So it's great. Nice little walk away corner spare. Love it.
Yeah. And Gavin has shown great energy throughout the weekend so far, and he's a great leadoff bowler for our team.
Yeah, and like you look at his scores, 245, 217, 214, 268. So, fairly consistent, and that's what you want from your leadoff spot, right? You want somebody that's kind of steady and that'll get your team fired up. There you go. Addison found the side of the middle there after 3 headpins. So she'll be looking for a big second half here. Obviously, the coach has entrusted her to stay in the game, even though she's a little bit behind in her match, but clearly knows that she can throw strikes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here's our first attempt.
Hambone.
Yes.
There we go.
I'm on it, guys. I'm on it.
I love it. Can we bring this out for Pro League?
I think now they're in. We can bring them out whenever we want, Michelle.
Awesome.
It's fantastic.
BC putting up some marks. Alberta, Nathan kind of struggling in that 6th frame. And now Brianna goes 5-hole on her triple.
Yeah.
So BC, another strike, now they got 2 doubles working. Kira there. Amazing.
Yeah, the game is just going back and forth between these 2 teams. It's very exciting.
Yeah, great start. And like Katie said, right, this is 1st and 2nd place teams here. So we don't expect anything less, but clearly the jitters have worn off here. Got some decent scores up here.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Wow. What a great frame by BC. That's amazing. Like, look at that. 4 strikes and a right corner spare. Like, so it wasn't even like, it was like, 3-pin spare.
Not a 3-pin spare. Solid 30 count at the leadoff spot. So we can't ask for more from Gavin there.
And it's like the Alberta team is just losing a little steam this frame. And hopefully Jillian can, looks like
there's a pull there,
yeah. Maddie Cox is coming in for Jillian.
Yeah, yep. Jillian, nice little gesture from Heidi there to let us know that. Thanks, Heidi. Got it. So Jillian obviously was struggling the last 3 frames. Wasn't able to touch the middle there. So coach decided to make a decision here. So we got Matthew in. And like we said yesterday, Matthew, in his last time that he came off the bench, had 164 over 5 frames to steal his points. So we'll see what Matt can do here in this match against Nick. He is in tough. Nick does have that hand bone going. So we'll see what happens. But again, it's all for team total as well, because that's still pretty close within 50 pins here. So
yeah.
And that's a big piece of this, right? You can win all like those individual matches, and that's important. But if you're not winning those team totals, especially against those teams that are ahead of you, it's not going to work in your favor too well.
At the end of the day, this is a team thing, right? Those team totals will make or break your team's performance. Yes, it's great to win individual points. That means you beat the one person on the other team, but you still want to plug away. And even if you're struggling, you still got to grind out every pin, because it's all going to come down to that team total. And we all know, how many times has a team total gone to the 10th frame at the anchor bowler, right? So those extra 5-10 sticks can make a big difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think that's a great learning experience for the kids too, is how important that bottom line is. Even if you are in that spot that you're struggling, you're out of your personal match, just taking those sticks can make the difference for the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great shot from Jordan there, the anchor spot, getting a double going. Hopefully, see him come back, double high fives for the team, try to get everybody back into this game here. 658 to 656. Obviously, advantage BC with all the marks up there, but still very close with 4 frames left.
And I was going to say another interesting thing, just when Heidi popped out there, both of the Alberta coaches, this is their first year coaching Youth Challenge Nationals, if I read their sheets right. And I'm not sure
so,
about
yes.
I'm not sure about Karen. I'm just looking on her sheet here to see if I can figure it out.
I know she has. I think this may be her first youth challenge one. I know she has with 4 Steps.
Okay.
Coached at the national level, but I am not positive about this one.
Oh, not again.
He has been coaching YBC for the over 15 years in the bowling schools out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, and that's where I was also going to go, like, with the Alberta ones, I know Heidi's been coaching for quite some time. I think probably about 15 years, I think is what I saw in there. I think Steve's been coaching for 6 years. So on the coach, spectrum, it's not as much as some coaches, but still 6 years is great. And he's come down from the north, which was really fun.
Yeah, we've got Jason as well, who's definitely got his experience with this tournament and many other tournaments too. So the kids do have great support down here in BC, and the parents cheering have been incredible too. They got the cheering squad in behind them.
Oh, great.
I know there's a few people down at Alberta's lanes in Bonnie Doon today. I'm not sure how big the crowd is just yet, but it's nice that there's some local people both in BC and in Alberta going out to watch the young talent on the lanes. And
I was watching the first game with BC in Northern Ontario, and you can hear the crowd in BC. So it's great to see that they had a lot of people show up, or it sounded like they did anyways, and you can tell that the team was really enjoying that atmosphere.
Yeah, no, and the kids have taught the parents some of the cheers too, and they've been involved with that. So it's fantastic to see the parents with this format getting maybe a little bit more involved too than when they're in the stands with parents from all over the place too, and it's easier to kind of sit back and let the kids take it away.
Katie's on the ball with the turkey graphic. Love it. There we go. That's a good answer too. Michaela came off the lane there for her double shot there with a little bit of a fist pump and kind of trying to fire up her team. So this is crazy. This is really close. Like, Alberta's, got a double, 2 marks at the top, and Jordan here working on a triple. So this can tighten up real quick.
Oh, and he gets roasted up the corner.
Great count, bridges the gap there to, 770 to 805. Brianna's chop here, so he'll have a little bit of a lead in his match here. Good half from Brianna.
Oh. He misses the spare.
So he'll still have a bit of a lead, going into 8, 9, 10, but Brianna now has the opportunity with a 30 count there to bridge the gap to within 15, right? So
So 3 marks to 4 marks going into the 8th frame. And it looks like Alberta has a couple of strikes and BC has 1 strike they're working on. Oh, and a double for
they both have doubles, right? Michaela and Kira have both have, Kira's got the triple technically, but working on a double.
Yes.
Real close, 8, 9, 10 here. See what everybody's going to do here.
Oh, just an absolute bomb by Nathan. And that's going to be huge for his match, considering Gavin is going for the spare now. That puts Nathan on a double.
Yeah, Gavin's going to need the spare to keep it close going into 9-10. Great shot. Yeah, this 2-hole here, Brianna has a little bit of a lead. Obviously, Addison here has got into some headpin issues, 4 headpins in 7 frames, not ideal. But the coach is trusting her to stay in and figure it out. She's had a good first day. And at 13 years old, gives her that experience to kind of grind out one of these tough games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, gets the side for Brianna.
And
A
it
little
looks
thin
like,
on.
yeah, I was going to say a little thin.
Little thin on the left for Addison, so maybe trying to get away from the front of the head pin. So not a common miss, but good start here would be a good little corner spare. Get her
Just
get her confidence
refreshing
back
that
up.
camera here.
Scoreboard says she got it. There you go. So good job from BC. Couple marks there to kind of compensate for Nathan's double there. So not really losing any ground there. Third match here between Nick and Jillian is obviously stranglehold for Nick here, but
has
nice
BC used their pull yet?
No, they have not. Not that I've seen.
No, I have not yet
seen it either.
And it would be interesting. Like I can appreciate letting Addison's all over the middle, but at the same time, how long do you let them work it out in an event like this?
I say so far BC hasn't made a sub throughout the weekend yet.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So they've just been riding with whatever lineups on the lane to start the game.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, you're right. I just noticed it. But when you're winning 7-7, 5.5, 7,
true.
Why change? But
fair. Yeah.
And this I'm wondering 9-10. So
ham bone
weekend.
Turkey and
turkey for Michaela. Hand bone over on the BC side.
Look at this. BC posting a frame here.
Another one. This is like a few frames in a row that they've put something up on the board, and they're starting to kind of.
We need a DJ Khaled meme there. Another one.
Another one.
We the best.
Great solid shot.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan looked back perplexed. He said that went, but great result nonetheless. Head pin for Brianna there, kind of slowing down BC's frame there, but they're still going to be even in marks, except Alberta does have an extra double that they're counting on. So a little bit advantage there, but Alberta is trailing by about 30 pins going into 9 and 10. So this will be an exciting finish.
It's going to be a nail biter.
Good scores too. Like they're 900 after 8 frames with 2 frames to go. Probably looking at some decent scores here. Probably beat the Mighty Plucks anyways. Gotta plug Timmins in there. Definitely beat the average pros, but
I'm gonna leave the trash pandas right out of this one.
Yeah, no. Never played them, so can't say, but I know they played well this year. So I was gonna say something. I don't remember.
Oh, Jess gets the push on that corner to avoid the aces in 9.
Oh, I know. I was looking. I was like, oh, come on.
That's a great count for Gavin. Let's see what Nathan does here because Nathan can control his match here.
Bomb. Yeah. It's a bomb.
Turkey.
There
it is. Gavin's had three right corner spares in the last 4 frames, and he spared all 3. So staying alive in his game, keeping it clean, and he's sitting at 184 after 8 with 2 frames left. So still a great game there. And just grinding it out, only 1 strike.
I like to bring that up because especially if there's a lot of youth bowlers watching, this is why sparing is so important. Strikes are great, but you really need to work on your spare game because can you imagine if Gavin wasn't picking up his spares, how different this would look?
Yeah.
Oh, it's huge for the bottom too, right? So you can't control what the other guy does. So Nathan is obviously, finding his groove a little bit here going into 10. So he's looking at a decent game there, but Gavin's keeping it up, and then total BC is in BC's favor, thanks to those spares.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting with Brianna having her head pin in the 9th, that really opens up the game to Addison. If she gets a turkey, she's right back in that game.
Well, that's for sure, because Addison can max out at a 234 now. Brianna has 45 left on hers, so she can max out at a 235. So if they both strike out, Brianna has her by 1, but this is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah.
And we were criticizing the coach, to keep her in or pull her out, and she's still in this, right? So so maybe the coach will prove us wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Oh,
big strike by Matthew.
huge. Yeah.
Fired up coming off the lane. Definitely
again-
not in his match anymore. That one's
Mhm.
obviously going to BC, but this is big for team total. You want to get
Absolutely.
some marks up on the board if you're Alberta in 9 to give yourself something of a chance going into 10th frame.
Yeah.
And Kira kind of opening up in that 9th there. Let's see what Michaela does. And Michaela, she gets roasted on the corner.
Roasted on the pin side. Yikes. At Bonnie Doon, is that a thing?
Oh, apparently
Yeah,
so.
It's a thing. I've had it.
Jeez. Great shot there from Brianna from BC.
Yes.
Great 9th frame for BC.
Important pickup, though. Good cover from Michaela.
Oh, it's massive because, they're only 40 pins down now, 1065, and then you got Jordan who can count 30 here. So if he gets any kind of mark here, they're within 10 sticks kind of thing, 11 sticks with a bunch of marks and a bunch of marks. So yikes.
Yeah. Well, even that 4-hole now, that one's looking really interesting too. If Michaela throws that first strike, she's at 256 in 9 and only down 14 with 2 balls to go. So that's opened up the door in the 4-hole as well.
Yeah, she gets a double. She forces Kira to mark kind of thing. So still within the game for sure. Ooh.
Oh! Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And anybody who's ever seen Jordan throw a ball, like to see him get aces is just, he just throws a bomb every time. But wow.
And now with this open frame, that brings Brianna back in her match because she maxes out at 259, which would force Jordan to double kind of thing, right? So it's yikes! It's everybody's back in the game here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is the kind of thing you want to see at a national event, though. Those games that are coming down right to the very end, where it's anyone's spot, who's going to be able to perform in 10 and take home that victory at the end.
And this is where, unfortunately, sometimes youth and inexperience a little bit will play in too. You don't want to see the kids starting to press because they feel like that 10th frame is so important, right?
Yeah.
Well, those are all learning experiences, right? That they're going to have to go through. Again, we've all done it, in our careers as well. And, you got to be put through those situations to know how to deal with it. Right? So.
Yeah, and you just saw it happen here too. Like Nathan probably really wanting that strike, presses a bit much.
Yep.
And then Gavin comes in with the spare. Now
So,
Nathan probably could spare this. Will he try?
It is a possibility for sure.
Nathan only needs 1 pin in his next 2 shots to shut out Gavin. So Alberta will likely take this first point at the leadoff spot. Gavin only had 1 strike all game, but a bunch of spares, which kept him alive, throughout.
Yeah.
So, 224, clean game, no with 1 strike, not a bad game at all. So great job from Gavin there.
Important points for Nathan. Not leaving anything on deck.
Good comeback from Nathan there, 246, and he was sitting at 120 after 6. So 140 his last 3 frames with the unfortunate head pin and 10. So good comeback there. It'll hurt his 300 average a little bit, but
Right.
I don't know. I never think a 300 average is ever realistic. It's nice, but oh no, back to back to back.
Yeah.
Do we have a head pin turkey graphic? No?
We do not have a head pin graphic. BC score camera just went down for a second here.
Oh dear.
So Addison missed. I think she needs like spare strike to get to 200 or something.
I believe before she went down, she threw the first one. I believe this was her 3rd ball.
Oh, okay. Is that enough? I think she had 141 on the strike. Or 140. She got the first one.
Looks like their camera may have gone down at the lanes. I'm just talking.
So much excitement. Yes.
Great game.
Oh, Nick, great shot from Nick there. So that'll kind of finalize his match. So we know Nick will win his point. We don't know what happened at the 2 spot here. But again, this is all going to go down to team total. So We don't know what BC has, but
So
That'd be close.
she could have 230. She could have had a max out of 234 if she striked out.
So she was at 144 with a strike and 9 to get to 90 would have gave her 234. So she got the first one. So she went 35, 6. So she went to 209. If she went strike 5 spare.
And I think she did.
And that's what I believe. Yeah, her 10th was as well.
So she might have grabbed that one by
4.
By 4.
Yeah.
So unofficial. But, it looks like Addison keeps her in after struggling with 4 or 5 hit pins in that 7 frames. Pulls through. Unfortunately, Brianna kind of gave all those hit pins back in 8, 9, 10 on the Alberta side, which ended up being a really close game. So Jillian getting a 30 count there is huge for team total. We know Nick finished his game. I think he was close to that 300 mark, 295, I think.
I am now going to start calling Matthew Jillian just because now it'll be fun.
Yeah, because I just Jillian's match. Sorry, I need a second coffee at intermission.
Maddie's a good sport.
Good job, Jillian.
Yeah.
Matthew,
good job, Jillian.
My bad.
I could have let it go.
Did that pin slide over?
It looks like it.
On the BC side?
Yeah.
Because it's counting it as down, but I think it just slid over, right?
It did, yeah.
It was definitely still standing.
We need instant replay on that.
Oh. Katie's like, let's not get crazy here.
Katie's just panicking in the background trying to get the
this one
back.
I can't panic on this one because this one the internet went down in BC in the bowling alley.
Oh no.
I just got a message from Matt Eisenhower, so they're trying to get it back on. We've sent them some recommendations about maybe hotspotting a phone just to get through the end of the match. We're working on it. But I'm not going to panic about this one because I don't know what else I could do.
Oh, hey,
I had my panic this morning.
Hey, Katie, can you take away the top screen so we just see the full screen? And would we be able to see the did they post it up?
Okay, let's see if we can do that here. If I move this away.
So Michaela 273, I think.
So that's not going to be enough because
she was already at 270 in the ninth.
Yeah.
We can transition it this way.
Oh, that's really hard to see.
Super low, but I'm going to see if I can get Maddie to send me some updates here.
I have a sneaky suspicion this is going BC's way.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of a slow start from Alberta at the top there.
Yeah.
And
I think it might end up being like a 6-2.
Yeah, I don't know Alberta. So obviously Nathan won his match, and depending I think the anchor spot had a chance to bag out here to get to that 250 mark or something,
That's
right? So it could be 6-2 or 7-1.
Bigger here. Okay, so it looks like.
Look at this.
And she gets another bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like BC's at over 1,200 already from a total perspective, so they'll take the total.
It's just the question of the match. Is it going to be 7-1 or is it going to be 6-2?
And that's we need to confirm Addison as well. We think she had 209 over Brianna's 205, but
it looks like
this. Look at this! Wow! Brianna with the triple. Where's the graphic? There it is. It kind of matches the one on their screen too.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a handbone to finish here. I think that double gave her the win because of Jordan's open. So
I think you're right.
Handbone?
Oh no! But still, great finish.
Yeah.
Wow.
This team has done absolutely fantastic in their 9 and 10 frame this weekend so far.
They're just clutching
that is amazing.
I'm still waiting to see from Matt Eisenhower a screenshot of what that looks like. I have not received it yet.
Sorry to Team Alberta on the live stream here. You're not being able to keep track. We do believe it is a 7-1 British BC win.
Yeah,
that's unofficial. We're waiting for Mr. Eisenhower to send Katie a text or something like that with either the scoreboard so we can match up points and and
Katie, are you
get this
able
game finalized.
to zoom in on the scoreboard? I know
try.
sometimes Mitch will do that.
Oh, we got it
there
back.
Look at
There
that.
we go. Okay, so let's take a
Okay.
look at
Great.
this here.
Oh, it is a 7-1.
Yes, it is a
209,
Yeah.
318 from Nick. Great game from Nick. Kira 297. Another nice monster game there too. And
Yeah.
Brianna coming up clutch and 10 there to steal her match from Jordan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing.
Great job, Team BC at 1,300. That is a great score. Congratulations, 7-1 BC.
Yeah. And
Wild
that's going to be
game.
huge for the standings too.
It's going to
Yeah,
be
that was,
really big for the standings. Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you guys for commentating with me for match number 1, Alberta versus BC. Michelle and Kayla, your expertise added so much to the stream. We're going to run the Alberta commercial. There's a little bit of a break before the next game as we get everything set up, and that'll give BC time to figure out their camera. And good luck on all the future matches for your zones.
Yes. Good luck,
Thank
guys.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Welcome to Lacombe Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy. Welcome to Drayton Valley Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy.
welcome to game 2 of day 2 of Youth Challenge Nationals. With me, I have Taylor Michelle. Oh, Al's back here hosting. Taylor Michelle from Northern Ontario. Bev Campbell from PEI. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or morning, depending on where you're tuning in from.
Yeah, still morning over here in Alberta where I am, but for you guys over on the other end of the country, we're starting to already get into that early afternoon. How's things been going for your team so far today?
So far, we had a great start, 8-0 the first game. Everybody bowled well, above average. So really, that's all we can ask for at this point. So hopefully they keep the momentum going.
For sure. And Bev?
To be honest, not sure. Just had to pull double duty this morning and do a few things. So I just quickly jumped on here to get started.
Amazing. Well, we will be able to get started right away. And I'm sure that in a few minutes, they'll have those up-to-date stats with us that we can pull up maybe around frame 3. But we will bring them in here. And right on time, we're ready to start.
Look at that.
Did we want to go through the rosters real quick before the matches?
We can definitely go through the rosters here. So let me just pull it up here. Taylor, do you want to go through your team roster? I'll get rid of that banner here.
On the girls' side, we have Jordan, Emily, and Isabel. For the boys, Colton, Sean, Shane, and coaches are Phil, Natasha, bowling out of Mario's Bowl in Thunder Bay.
I feel like Taylor kind of copped out and didn't say any last names there.
You are correct.
I would have appreciated an effort.
There are some doozies there, so maybe that was for the best.
Graham, Vuzo, Halen, Wakewich, Wiltshire, Jonathan, Gambellari, Mayo, Smith. There you go. Just for you all.
Thanks, buddy.
And over on the Prince Edward Island side, Bev, do you want to go over your roster?
Sure can. So for the girls' side, we have Chastity Campbell, Summer Kelly, Emily Gallant. For the boys, we have Trey Wedge, Jeffrey Ferguson, and Landon Harvey. And for coaches, we have Brenda Carr and Steve Kneebone.
Amazing. And they're bowling out of North Rustico Lions bowling over there.
Much easier names on the PA.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like in terms of the lineup, I believe we are running the same lineup as last game. Shane in 1, Sean 2, Emily 3, Colton 4, Jordan 5, with Isabel on the bench. Last game, Isabel did not come off the bench because everybody was firing from the Northern Ontario side.
Yeah, the stats are actually up for, or the team stats are up for game 5. Northern Ontario, like Taylor said, got their 8 points, shot 11.25. Low man on team 175 was Emily, but still managed to take her point. And Sean at 267 was the high bowler for the Northern Ontario team. PEI came out of the gate, unfortunately took 0. Looks like they lost to Team Ontario. So struggling out of the gate. PEI is sitting in 10th place right now, but 5th place being at 24 points with a few more games to get into that championship round. But regardless, all of these teams will be participating in the step ladder, whether it's on the consolation side or the championship bracket tomorrow. So still playing for something.
That's right.
Yeah, that middle of the standings page was, well, at least coming in today, was pretty tight, with a couple BC up by half a point, and then tie for Manitoba, Alberta at 26, 21, and then a couple teams at 16. So that 5 spots still within reach for everybody with 5 games today. Well, 4.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a spread here. Well, again, there's still 4 games left. So it's 5th place is Newfoundland at 24, and then 6th place is Saskatchewan at 17. Then it goes 15, 14. So with 4 games left and some of those teams playing each other, you could see some big jumps to try to squeeze into that championship round. And even, seeding is important as well. when it comes to the championship round. The higher you finish, the less games you have to bowl tomorrow. So obviously is always ideal to finish as high as possible.
Northern starting with a little bit of a off the middle start for the first three, but capped it off with the double going into the bottom two.
Yeah, 3 marks of frame is usually kind of your bare minimum that you want to do from a team perspective. At the end of the day, it all comes down to team total. We've talked about this in the first match here that we had between BC and Alberta. So team total, you can see from the Northern Ontario side, we're going to have to do some mathing. It's only counting the actual frames that are complete, so it's not including those marks. So every mark, basically, you got to add 15. So you got your 20 plus your 45. So they're looking at 65. And it looks like PEI scoreboard is more of a manual, seems to be adding in everything. So there'll be less mathing to do on that side.
Theirs is an Excel sheet, I believe, that they run and manually input the score. Which
I think it's the same kind of program that they use for the Pro League, right? So
yeah, I like the way that looks.
It looks clean for sure. Could use a little bit bigger font for those that have smaller screens, I guess. But otherwise, at least it's tallying up all the points, so it makes it a lot easier for us commentators and for people at home keeping track too.
Yeah. I will try to keep a running total of that Northern Ontario game after every frame on the one side, but don't get mad at my math if it's wrong. So.
Well, as a commentator, I don't mind having the little mystery on one side. Maybe they're winning, maybe they're not.
Maybe. Who knows what's happening?
Trey up there not wasting any time, just ripping a bullet up the gut. Like to see it.
I noticed, again, a little bit more from a Northern Ontario's perspective here, but yesterday they kind of they changed their leadoff and their anchor bowlers. I believe Shane was playing anchor spot most of yesterday's day, and I believe Jordan was playing in the leadoff spot, right?
Yeah, so they've so this is the same lineup they did for their last game. So yeah, maybe just didn't get the results they were looking for yesterday, so maybe doing a little shuffle up here.
Exactly, just to give a little perspective as some coaches changes that kind of happen behind the scenes, or if you might not have noticed if you haven't been following some of these teams, that lineup shuffling is important, and it seems like Jordan and Shane, usually at your leadoff spot you want an experienced bowler, a little bit of energy, and your anchor spot is your veteran, and we obviously know a little bit about Jordan and her resume so far, coming off a master, or not a masters, but a YBC Nationals doubles gold medal with her partner just last week. So
yeah, lots of bowling. I was mentioning the first match, lots of bowling for her in the last month or so with the Youth Challenge running the YBC. Had a couple of year-end stuff for other leagues, so she's been on the lanes lots.
Yeah, Colton and Jordan obviously spearheading a little bit of a run of marks here for Northern Ontario. So good start for Northern Ontario. PEI obviously a couple head pins there to start the match, but Trey strike at the top. Hopefully the bottom two here or the bottom three can help out Trey at the top.
They were talking last game about building that momentum, and that lineup's very important, and that having somebody ahead of you that kind of gets you fired up, that you feel good bowling behind. Yeah,
everybody's got a different kind of personality too, right? We've seen some bowlers on the lanes, and we've had these discussions before about some bowlers you can't tell if they're on 8 strikes in a row or 8 head pins in a row. So some people are a little bit more even keel. Some people like that energy to get them a little bit ramped up, but it's also, we've all been at this age too. And we know sometimes emotions can get a little bit carried away. So it's a good experience for these kids to learn how to channel that and learn from that as they move on in their bowling career.
Yeah, we were talking last match about the bad frames and not letting them get to you, and being able to just kind of shake those ones off and forget about what's happened and focus on what's going on. And Tyler and I were joking that it's a hard lesson to learn for everyone, and some people never learn it. So the earlier you get that under wraps, the better, and I should say happier your bowling career will be on the whole.
Well, the intent and the hope is obviously for all these kids to have a good bowling career, to stick with it. Hopefully this gives them a little bit of a taste of, you know, the streaming aspect of things. I know we've all kind of been following a lot of 5PU and WCBT and club tour events and stuff like that see this live stream going on for these events. So it's good that these kids get to participate in that, get to look back on it as well. Because like Carrie mentioned again, you know, 5PIN Universe is going to be every single shot of this tournament will be recorded. So if you threw a ball here, you'll be able to find it on YouTube later on, and you can analyze, you can keep it as reference, use it as learning tools for you moving forward, and to see how you reacted, and maybe in a certain situation, in a key shot, or even, you know, just to look at the whole game and say like, hey, you know, I missed here. Well, what did I do wrong? What's different from that versus the strike shot? And it's a lot of people don't use that, but I know personally, and I know a lot of other people use a lot of videos to see, right, and just keep that in their book of library and or their library kind of thing and then hopefully learn off of it.
Well, that third person perspective is definitely, Shane, feeling good with that shot. It's definitely new in the last, 5 to 10 years. Before you 100% had to go off whatever the coach was telling you. Whereas now, like you said, I can go back and watch that shot. Watch a good one, watch a bad one.
Coach or memory, right? But sometimes, you know, what you think happened versus what you can see happen are two different things. So it's I've always loved that. And I sometimes I'll go to previous tournaments and I'll see some key shots and I'll just kind of record the snippet. And I have a folder in my phone of just all kind of bowling videos of different shots and different situations. And I sometimes you just look back on it when you're doing some prep work for tournaments and stuff like that. And I think it's helped my game personally. So it's great.
Sean got a good count on his on his strike, but then spared it on the inside to boot.
Yeah, that must be a Mario's bowl thing.
No, not that I've seen. That's just a lucky shot for sure.
Yeah, PEI here struggling a little bit out of the gate here. So Trey opened up on a strike in the third frame, a little left corner here from Summer. So looks like she picked up her spare. Yep. Need to get some marks going from PEI, get some excitement going from that end, keep some of these matches close because Northern Ontario is off to a pretty hot start here. Lots of marks going on, double working. Jordan at the bottom there.
Yeah, hopefully they're bringing that momentum from last game. They finished the game very well. It was tight going into about frame 6-7. There was a 5-3 split either way, and then they just really poured it on the last few frames.
Yeah, Northern Ontario and PEI were kind of bottom two teams going into today. Obviously, Northern Ontario's 8 points does kind of put them back into Turkey. We need the graphic. Where's the emoji?
That gobble.
Katie's probably not even paying attention in the background.
She's got me and you talking. She's like, oh, good. I'll just leave him.
We have a PEI representative as well here as we see PEI go 3 through the hole there. A little bit of a struggle to start. I don't know if coaches is looking at polls or anything kind of this early on, but yeah, it's they're struggling out of the gate, and it happened. These are our kids, and they're hopefully they'll figure it out and give themselves some momentum heading into the second half of the game. Still lots of room left for them to throw some good shots here. I'm just pulling up PEI's
there's a good ball
individual stats here.
Cassidy there. I always say after 5 frames, you kind of take stock. You got into this, say you're losing after 5. You got into that position for 5. You got 5 left to get out of it kind of deal.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with these games. Obviously, all these kids, have shot, turkeys, 4-baggers, ham bones, whatever you want to call them, before, and that can be, a huge momentum shift as a team. But you obviously just don't want to get down too much because then you start to press and stuff like that. So, but it's, hey, this is a national championship, right? All these kids have the caliber to play. They're representing their province. So, and just like everybody else, you'll have good games and bad games, and it's all about how you regroup from them.
Yep, memory of a goldfish.
Yeah, you really gotta forget it quick for sure.
Yeah. Getting their first taste for I would imagine most of these kids for the virtual aspect, although I think there's been a couple in the past for the youth programs. But definitely a different style format where you're on the lane yourself with your own team. Yeah. Katie's doing the running totals. That's what she's focusing on. I can see it.
Sorry, I was working on some behind the scenes, and then we're good. We're good.
She was mathing hard.
We're going to take out some press stuff here. So we got Trey Wedge there leading off for PEI. So he pitches out to the right. 213 current average in his YBC. Bull says he bowls 3 times a week. 389 high single. Monster game. High triple 838. High 4 1035. Got some custom shoes. Playing some Epco urethane Cobra bowling balls. Works at employer Trey.
Yeah.
I know it says employer name Trey.
Oh, yeah.
On his thing. So I don't know what that means. Works he's self-employed? I don't know what that means.
Maybe.
Entrepreneur, baby.
But he's got some career aspirations to win some 5-pin nationals. So he's looking obviously ahead. Obviously wants to do well in these events. So you can tell, wow, just pulling up his bowling achievements. Nationals, singles, team. So 7 times at nationals, no medals. Provincial level, obviously, clearly has won a few of them to make his way to nationals. So it looks like Trey's got a bright future ahead of him here in PEI. So hopefully he can stick with it. But good to get some of that information from some of these kids. But 7 times at nationals. Great job, Trey.
Yeah.
Northern's not taking their foot off the gas.
No, I was going to say another couple marks at the top there.
Calling Emily the silent killer last game. She's up there, throws a shot, comes back. She had, I think, 4 or 5 chops, and I believe she spared all of them. So she was firing last game. She has a league average, Emily, of 145, and was averaging 197 after yesterday. So she's doing real well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unreal. 15 years old. Great.
277 with a 704.
Out of Elliott Lake. And
pretty good.
If I recall, Wes Swallock said Elliott Lake scoring, not the best.
It's wild to me how young some of these players are.
Yeah. There's a slew of them at that 18 range, but then there's a handful of them that are.
Yeah. We had one that was 13 in the last match in BC, and
wow.
Just showing the talent right from as soon as they're eligible to play.
Yeah, 13, and I believe 13, and she was averaging 267 after day 1.
Yeah.
I had to wait till 30 plus to average that.
Well, at this tournament, I don't know what her league average was, but so far at the national, she was averaging 267. So she's playing.
YBC, I wouldn't even have been invited to this kind of tournament. I was not anywhere near that.
We can take a really quick look here at how the standings are shaken out after the 5th game of the competition. So BC still in a lead. They were playing Alberta, who was in a tie for 2nd going into today, and they ended up taking 7 off of Alberta. So that gave them a little bit more of that lead. Ontario took
1,300. I'll do that for you.
Yeah, they had a great game. Back-to-back 1,300s there. Ontario took 8 their first game today, so they're sitting at 29. Alberta, with that loss to BC, is at 27. Manitoba at 26. It looks like they had a rough game against Newfoundland, who took 8 off of them for 24. So that kind of puts Newfoundland up really close to that top 4 as well. Looking at the teams we have here, Northern Ontario in 7th after that 8-0 win against Nova Scotia this morning, and PEI down at the bottom right now with 6.
We have Andrew Vintner from Elliott Lake, and he said the scoring is not good.
Not great. So, not the best, but...
That's another thing, too, that I kind of missed in the first match. I actually pulled up the YouTube feed, so please feel free to interact with us. If you got any questions on any particular bowlers or something like that, feel free to chime in. We'll try to keep track of the comments that are kind of going on. So yeah, feel free to interact with us.
Andrew from Elliott Lake said, "It's not. I'm from Elliott Lake."
That's exactly what I was getting at there. It was like, so yeah, keep the comments flowing in. We love to interact, make it as interactive as possible. Good to see Landon there get his strike in the 4th frame here. Hopefully get PEI on the right track here. 2 because we're looking at 421. Yeah, 451 with the 30 counts marks there, 291. So a little bit of a lead for Northern Ontario, but we've seen it before where 100 pins could be made up pretty quick. Just need to get some marks going. That's all.
Did you say 451?
Yeah, after 4 frames, it was 421 plus the 2 marks.
Perfect. You can pull up another card here. Taking a look at Shane from Northern Ontario, Thunder Bay. Your hometown, Taylor.
Yep.
I think most of the team is from Thunder Bay, right, Taylor? I think there's 5.
Emily's from Elliott Lake, and Colton's from Nalaloo, but everybody else is from Thunder Bay. Yes, I do know Sarah Andrew from Open. Sarah Pierce, Al, you might remember her as well. She's that's Emily's mom.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, neat, small world, eh?
Yeah, Shane's been out a few times this past season for Tuesday night majors, come out and spared in the A division. Getting that match play experience. Yeah, throws the ball similarly to myself, which is not always a good thing, but if you can make it work, it works. Sean getting a little excited, a little fast up there. He's got the sneaky ball, the crouch down, sneaks up on the foul line, throws it.
Yeah. Oh, great half by Summer. PEI putting some marks up on the board there.
Yeah,
and
exactly
still
what
just
they
a
needed
little
to do.
fast.
Anybody who's bowled for at least a handful of years knows how quick that total can turn around.
That is 100% sure. And that's the big one. Like we talking a little bit in the first match that, those individual points are great, but if you're not getting that team total, it's hard to stay in that competition.
Emily there with the head pin for PEI. So Emily is 13 years old. So another young bowler at Athena School in grade 8 out of PEI. She's been she said her brother's been playing for 10 years in the YBC. So she says she really enjoys bowling. Wasn't paying attention to all the other scores, so she was really excited about. She said she had no idea that she had made the national team. So it was pretty exciting when they called her name up. So that's one of the memories that she takes away from her career so far. So that's always fun. I know it's always hard to keep track because all these bowlers have different ways to qualify. I know Northern Ontario, I believe it's everybody has to qualify through a zone round or a house round a zone round, and then they advance to provincials, and then they play kind of the same thing as the adult open kind of format, and then they send their all-star teams to the national level. So sometimes you don't know of everybody's average that are kind of going around until the results actually come out. So I know that could be a pretty exciting moment for bowlers when they know they're close, or in this case, she had no idea. So that's a pretty cool moment for her career.
Yeah.
Shane's always up there. I mentioned last match, I was thinking that John Wilcott has their technical setup. I figured he's got a start pistol in the back. So once the other team's finished, he shoots the pistol off, and then Shane just goes tearing up there. Having some
maybe a little bit of
on the PEI side here.
Trouble over there.
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Landon back, right corner pin.
Looks like those corners just don't want to carry you too much on the PEI side.
Yeah, Landon's holding a 189 average, bowling out of Credit Union Place, 275 high single, 750 high triple. Good score.
75 high single with a 750 triple. That's a consistent night.
Consistent set for sure. Assuming he bowled that 275 during that 750 set. So
I was a betting man. I'd say he did.
Yeah,
probably so.
And he makes that half on his strike. There's a little 30 swing for him. We're getting the ball rolling back on the PEI side. Another 45 there on the 531.
Oh, and a head pin over for Trey.
Oh,
And a matching one over on the Northern Ontario side for Shane.
yeah. Oh, we got a little bonus there. Mario's does have some kicks. You can send some stuff around if you get it just right. Shane's got 32-mile-an-hour ball speed, so he can send some pins.
So at the leadoff spot, look at that little kickback there for the extra deuce there too. So looks like Shane will have a little bit of a lead on Trey. Trey still, within a couple marks from Shane, so he'll have some work to do in the last 4 frames there to keep up with Shane.
Shane did have a rough go there his last game, but held on for the win. So he's obviously regrouped a little bit here. He's a little bit more on the middle now.
Yeah, some of Shane's stats. Shane's averaging current average at 250. So hell of an average. Doesn't say where he's bowling out of. I don't know if he plays out of Mario's or Galaxy over there.
I believe he's out of Mario's.
Out of Mario's. So national achievements, YBC doubles, 3rd place finish, YBC singles back in 2022, team youth challenge in 2022, 2023, finishing in 4th on both those teams. Provincials, well, clearly he's got a lot of provincials there, so can't go through all of that. But yeah, brought him into bowling. He said his brother brought him into bowling. He said he wanted to be like his brother. So yeah, that's kind of how he got into the game. We always see those kind of family ties, whether in this case it's a brother or sometimes it's mom and dad and stuff like that. So it's neat to see how these kids all got involved in bowling.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got a sense of humor or really hard on himself, but what's your most memorable moment in 5-pin bowling? My most memorable moment in 5-pin bowling is our 2023 Youth Challenge team choking. So a little bit.
I don't know him that well, but that's probably not a positive memory in his mind.
I hope he uses that as motivation to, but it does say funny, good, sad, or bad. So in this case, he's got a little bit of a bad memory. So he's got maybe a little bit of a grudge or a little chip on his shoulder that he's, trying to carry his team to that elusive, medal, because finishing in 4th place, I guess, just got you out of the medal. So tough go. But again, this is player profiles that were completed by bowlers for us to use. So I'm using it. Okay.
Do not blame Al for the content. Well, we got Colton again. So last game, all the even frames for the first 3/4 of the game, he had strikes, and the odd frames he did not. It seems as he's worked the odd frames out, but he seems to have lost the even frames.
Let's see if that streak will continue in frame 7 for Colton.
Usually, I'd say it's lane specific, but since they're only bowling on the one lane,
that's true. Yeah, that's right.
Jordan,
a little bit of a hiccup in the 4th frame there, but otherwise fairly solid. Strikes all the way through, 5 out of 6 frames.
Yeah. And over on the PEI side, Chastity, she's just putting marks on marks with strikes and spares and keeping herself in that match as well.
Well, she
has a little bit of a lead going into the last 4 frames.
Yeah, a couple close matches here, and then even with Landon here, if you can put a strike up here, get that 30 count on that corner spare, can keep himself within striking distance. I know Jordan's kind of got that double working there as well, but really only some things to work on.
Only 30-ish out without the counts.
And even total, great shot there from Landon. So that'll get him to 507, and you're looking at 565, and they're counting an extra 60 on top. So
623, I think, right?
625. 625, yeah.
Oh, so I was doing so good up until that point.
So close.
Still mathing. We'll not say that Katie is the teacher of the group, but anyways.
Math is not my strong suit, but.
So again, a little bit of a lead for Northern Ontario, but nice to see PEI put some marks, and they are in some individual matches. So we'll see if they can have a big finish here in the last 4 frames.
See if Shane can do his regroup here after the last couple of frames. He's a tendency to get a little fast to the line, which the hard ball throwers, that's usually pretty consistent.
Usually the miss, right? Is the feet, and the timing gets a little off, whatever, right? So
that one he had right lined up. Oh, and Trey right back on it. Trey with the bocce style.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
doesn't quite get that slide.
A little thin one there from Sean.
And Summer puts one right back on the head pin again.
Straight up the gut.
Lots of head pins in Rustico.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a few, when PEI is trying to get something going, I like to call head pin stoppers kind of thing, right? It just kind of stops a little bit of the momentum as a team that you're trying to get going and trying to get back in your match maybe and stuff like that. You get that head pin, it kind of just blocks everything. But again, hopefully these kids, they got to keep fighting and pinning it out for total for the team as well, because there's still lots of sticks out there.
There's Greg in the comments. He's going to get it switched to progressive scoring next game, so it'll have a total. Not that will be Katie's problem at that point, but at least it won't be anybody else's.
It won't be anybody else's. So,
I don't care what everybody says about you, Greg. You're a good guy, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. And it looks like PEI is putting a sub in
for Emily, I believe.
For Emily, I believe, yes.
Be Jeffrey Ferguson coming in off the bench.
And there we see him.
First look. Oh,
he kept it this side of the black line, so we'll call that one a win.
Yeah, it looked like he was a little bit of forward momentum there. So, even as much as they're struggling there in that 3-hole, Emily is not pulling away by any means.
No.
So it's still, if off the bench, you can kind of get a couple marks and kind of bridge that gap a little bit. You never know; it could be an extra point for PEI here as well.
For sure.
That looked like a bomb from Colton.
Colton with the airmail. He gets some loft.
He got some loft.
Oh yeah.
There's a few people in this match that are throwing the ball and they get a little bit of loft on it.
I miss the shields.
I used to hit the shields all the time. I'm glad they're not there anymore.
I hit them all the time too, but I don't know. It just made me feel like real big man when I knocked the shield over. Yeah, take that shield. Now it's not there anymore, and I don't know what to do. But yeah.
I love Greg's comment. Katie's struggling inspires the change or inspiring change.
Look at that, Katie. You're inspiring people and you didn't even know.
Jeez.
Trendsetter.
Northern Ontario, 3 marks on the board there in the 7th frame. Pretty good lead on PI from a total perspective, but still some individual matches coming up.
And gets her spare there to keep the game.
Yeah, she's got a good lead against Colton there, so that's definitely one of the matches PI is leading in. A couple other matches they can definitely squeeze out some wins here.
Yeah, there's going to be a few that are going to come right down to those last couple balls in the 10th frame to see which way they're going to go.
Might as well make it interesting.
Might as well. Landon. Great shot.
Landon for a double.
Yeah, he's bringing that game right back.
That's just like we were saying, right? That 4-frame stretch, he goes strike, corner pin, spare, double. He goes from 50 to $160 pretty darn quick, right? So
50 to 200, right? Pretty much right in that last stretch. That's what I always say. Nothing a 4-bagger can't fix.
No, we need some graphics. We need some more graphics here. We need some more turkeys and some hand bones.
I'm ready. I'm on it. I'm feeling much more settled and a lot more ready to pounce on those graphics. So.
The math is mathing. So
the math is mathing.
Katie's inspiring people. Everything's good.
All is right in the world. We're watching bowling on a Saturday morning.
Trey tried to run that one out there on a little thin on the right-hand side. Leaves the left corner pin. Shane
got it, too.
To the left. He did. Yeah.
Almost got it. Big half here for Shane to keep himself in the slight driver's seat.
Attaboy.
Great shot by Trey to get that. 2 great balls thrown.
Through the hole for Shane. So that brings Trey right back in the match.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. Took a little turn into the ditch there. So let's get the 10 here.
Yeah, somebody posted some popcorn in the chat. Yeah, grab your popcorn. We're in for some and as we get later on in the day too, some of these matches, teams are going to be fighting out for positions here. So hopefully the kids will show some excitement on the lanes and see some big games, some big shots. Yeah. Because they're playing for a national championship here.
Yeah. And like we said, everybody is playing for something for Sunday. Everybody will be playing on Sunday, whether it's in consolation or in the championship side. So all these teams are trying to get into that championship side now. So they have a shot at that gold medal tomorrow.
That fifth place is going to be a big battle. I think looking at the way the scores are fleshing out here, five's going to be
even the first couple seeds too, right? You know, the higher you finish, the less games you have to play.
Yeah.
If you finish first, you get a bye to the finals. So that's pretty sweet, right? So there's a lot of those things to keep in mind. Even from the consolation side, you know, you want to finish, if you're kind of, obviously you try to finish in the fifth spot at the worst to try to get into that championship round. But from a consolation side, if you can finish in 6, you get a bye right to the consolation finals. So
Emily, a little clean up there, still not doing anything real crazy in that third 3 spot, but keeping it in the W.
Yeah.
Jeffrey with the spare.
And that spare could come in really handy because that could put him at 95 and 8 if he throws that strike in 9, which puts him right there with 2 frames to go.
Chastity's our look at, we have our local lob ballers here. 1 and 2. Well, Colton with a heavy push there for that 12. Big 12. Put it on the beak.
yeah, that chop spare gives a good count, or a chop for Cassidy there was great. Great count on her spare.
And another spare.
She'll keep her lead there. Big spare here for Colton, but doesn't get it.
Yeah, that's going to widen out that score a little bit. He's going to have some work to do here in the back 2 frames.
Chastity's been so consistent in this match. 297 is her high game. 653 is that high triple. 16 years old, throwing those star lines right out on the lane.
Yeah. That's why I tell everybody that throws the big lob ball. I'm like, you should get half your lineage back because you don't use the first half the lane. Jordan, another nice one. Nice and
Jordan's feeling it.
Yeah, her last game, she had 1 strike for, I believe she threw, what was her game? She threw a 235 with 1 strike in the entire game. She had a whole bunch of letters. So she's getting the other side of that now.
We had Gavin from BC do the same thing too. Shoot 220, 225 or something like that. All he had was 1 strike, bunch of corner spares and letters. But he just kept it clean throughout. So
yeah, you don't need a ton of strikes. You definitely need to make those spares.
Yeah. And I think especially
that's something these kids, right? Yeah. Everybody wants to throw strikes, right? Everybody wants to turkeys and triples, but what makes and break these tournaments or any tournament is, pinning, and pinners are winners.
Yeah. Oh, Mitch's ears are burning somewhere.
Yeah.
Although he became one, so he can't say anything.
Yeah, he can't say anything. 694 over on the PEI side with 2 frames to go with that 841 working on Northern Ontario. PEI has those 3 spares working in 8, so hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on those, put some marks together. Over on the Northern Ontario side, we have a couple strikes on the board. And a couple of those matches still really close. That 1 seed, 168 to 159 can go either way.
Yeah, I'm sure that 3-pin wasn't ideal for Trey on his spare here, but hopefully he can convert the spare in 9, kind of set himself up for a kick back there.
Tries to send that messenger over, but didn't quite get there.
Beauty second ball, but that whole.
Unfortunately, with Shane's headpin there, kind of keeps him in his match anyways. He'll be, 10, 15 sticks behind.
Yeah, big cleanup here for Shane to give himself that extra ball advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a spare, we can be greedy.
Settle down. You get a 3-pin.
Yeah, that's what I get for trying to reach for the moon.
So currently sitting at 5 above, he could get to probably a max of 10 lead going into that 10th frame. So
he could get 12. Let's see. Do it.
Just to prove me wrong.
A for effort.
Taylor.
A for effort.
Taylor.
Well, he throws it 30 miles an hour. You can send sticks.
That was a weak shot. He only shot at 29.47.
Oh, that's why. He took a half mile an hour off.
Hold off.
Chose for accuracy over power.
Sean doesn't get the push, but that'll kind of cement his point there with Summers open there. So Summers
just on the beak almost that whole game, all over it.
If it wasn't the first shot, it was her second shot kind of thing. Just couldn't get away from it. And that's what it is, right? You try to make that adjustment maybe to just kind of hit the side, and then you start going wild, right? You're just kind of missing and stuff like that. And it's a very fine line sometimes.
Especially if you're trying to go pocket on an individual side. You miss to that side. Now you're trying to get to the other side to go inside, and often you're already missing left. Everything just goes dead up the gut.
Bowling is tough.
Yeah,
Bowling
Bowling is not easy.
It is a fickle mistress. That is
especially any bowling is tough, but 5-pin, if you're not into the game, it's there's lots that goes on. From an equipment standpoint to just a team aspect to an individual aspect. There's so many different things that go on. So that's why we do it. And hopefully these kids do it too for that, because they want to get better and they want to improve, and hopefully we'll see them on other nationals moving forward as well.
Well, a lot of them, they've got to bowl for 10 more years just to get to the adult league. They're so young. So we'll have to wait for a bit to see them.
The youngest is 13, I think, was Addison last game. So I think you have to be at least, this is 13 to 18 for a
12
youth
to
challenge?
18.
12 to 18?
Yeah.
Wow. So obviously a wide variety of age group or age gap there kind of thing, right? So, but it's nice to see some 13-year-olds make this competition, and now they're playing against 18-year-olds. Like, that's a big age group. Like, I just think about it. Like, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and it's like, I can't see her playing in this against 18-year-olds. Like, that's unreal, right? But it just shows that the caliber of bowlers out there, and some of these kids that are 13 might already have 10 years of experience under their belt because they've been playing YBC dinosaurs or whatever they call them in the YBC programs.
The Bolosauruses.
Bolosaurus, dinosaurs, so it's close.
I knew what you meant.
Nice double there from Jordan. Again, just kind of keeping it clean there. Just that one hiccup in 4. Could have a big monster game there for sure.
A few 3-pins there in 9 PEI side. The Colton Chastity match there's you went 5 flash again. So that one's within grasp, but it's he's holding on by his fingertips.
Oh yeah, that'd be a tough one for him to come back on for sure.
199,
but
for him
still there. We'll max out 199 would force Chastity to mark, right? So it's still there. And again, with this kind of 10th frame, in previous nationals or in live nationals, they do kind of do a ball per ball, bowler per bowler kind of finish. But with this format here, it's basically go as you please. So, if your team gets hot, you can finish your frame nice and easy or nice and quick. You might want to post a number versus you might want to know what you need. So different, I don't know what you call that, tactical reasons or strategies that you can use.
Big shot here for Shane. Ooh, with only a 10-pin advantage here, Trey's got a chance to make something happen.
Mark to give himself a chance. Any kind of mark to give himself a chance at this point. Assuming Shane doesn't spare this, which we haven't seen yet, but it is a possibility.
Cleans it up to at least force him.
Math should read 937. Thanks, Greg.
I fixed it.
No, here you go. Katie's on it.
I saw his comment.
Yeah, I'm like, it already shows 937. So I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, Greg. Trey for the okay.
Oh, he misses.
Needs a half.
Still can get that spare to get that point though.
Yeah, and he will have to go spare and count. That's all. Ooh. So
and a punch on his last ball from Shane. 194.
Doesn't change the objective here for Trey. Still needs a spare. Oh, here we go. So he needs a 9 to win, 8 to push. See what happens. He needs a side of the middle. See if PEI can get on the board first here. Shane obviously struggling his last 3 frames. Couple head pins, 9-10. Opened up the door for Trey. See if he can sneak it in here. Looks good.
Good. Yeah. Good finish, Trey.
Good finish there. 199 to 194. Close match. Last ball in 10. Steals his match from Shane. 1 point for PEI.
It was a great finish to be able to pull out and play that shot when you need to in the 10th frame to get that match. Big point.
Those are the kind of frames you only learn from experience. Someone can tell you need to do it, but unless you're up there throwing it, it's not something you can practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even from a virtual kind of perspective too, right? Most of these coaches have the kind of YouTube feed kind of going on in the background or on the lanes kind of thing. So I don't know if the coaches are letting the bowlers watch or not, right? Those are all kind of different dynamics that could vary from province to province. So we don't really know what's going on there, but it'd be interesting to hear from them as well.
Sean having a good day. He's 173 league average. And his first game today was 267. And he's got another 230 here, so he's throwing well.
Yeah, so Sean will take that point in the 2-hole there over summer. A great game from Sean there. A couple missed corner spares kind of towards the middle end of that game, but still, solid 227, like you said, Taylor. 175 league average is 50 pins over your average is good in my books.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, gets the spare.
Good half. And again, Emily's only 145 average, so she's got that in 9 with the rest to go.
Jeffrey on PEI side, him and Emily's game were just kind of headpins, like a lot of headpins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 headpins in that game. So he just couldn't get anything going. Even when Jeff came off the bench, he ended up getting, I think, 3 headpins because he came in the 7th, I believe. So
yeah,
just tough game for that one there. But hopefully they'll regroup, find the side for the next game.
Here come our lob ballers. Colton
there you go.
One.
Well, this is the one, right? This is the one where Colton needs to strike out, which would force them to get 15 to tie or a mark to win. Does she get the mark
out there? Oh, punches out the middle.
And he gets the second one.
He throws the second one.
Oh no! Is Northern Ontario going to steal this one after Trey stole the first one?
Sitting at
184. Needs both to force. So he only needs a corner pin now, I believe, right? 43 to get to 197.
Yeah.
Hang a corner for the win.
Looks good. Yeah.
Oh, throws the strike.
Like we said, it's
turkey graphic.
Yeah.
Where's the emoji?
Oh, there's so many things. There we go.
Hey. Good comeback there from Colton to win, steal that match in 10 there. Tough finish for Chastity there, but that's the way it goes. Trey steals one for PI, and then Colton steals one for Northern Ontario.
So we're looking at 7.
Jordan,
7,
another
Jordan.
turkey.
Oh,
8 strikes this game. 8 strikes and 10 shots. Pretty good. That's a pretty good conversion rate.
Just
no
can't
handle.
Get that push for the 4-bagger.
Great finish for Landon there. Landon finishes with a spare strike. Nice 30 count, 229 game. Great game from Landon. Just Jordan. Yep. There was no stopping Jordan this game. 336, monster. So a 7-1 split for Northern Ontario. So 1134 to 878. PEI able to squeeze out that match with Trey.
That was a great game.
Yeah,
lots of things that came down to the wire, which would make it interesting going into the 10th frame as a commentator and a viewer, which is exactly what we want for a national level match.
And then these kids get that experience too, right? To throw some meaningful shots, whether it's for your individual match or for team total or just for yourself. Those are important moments that these kids need to experience. So it's good for them. And obviously, some of them have clutched up here, so that was good. Colton striking out. Even Trey getting that corner spare kind of thing, or that corner or that spare corner for the win.
Yeah,
key moments.
For sure.
That's very consistent for the Northern team. That 11:25 last game and then 11:34 this game.
So off to a great start this morning.
Yep.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming on, Taylor and Bev, and giving us a little bit of home time insight.
Home cooking.
Yeah.
Letting us know
Cooking.
all the inside scoop of your bowlers. We are going to run those sponsorship commercials, and then there'll be a short break before the next match. But thank you guys, and good luck in your next matches.
Have a good one, everybody.
guys. Welcome to match number 3 of day 2 of Youth Challenge Nationals. We have the match between Manitoba and Saskatchewan coming right up. And joining us as commentators, obviously we have Al Paquette hosting with me and Lonnie Akers joining us from Saskatchewan. Cam Boone joining us from Manitoba. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you guys so much for joining us to give us a little bit of that hometown flair in the commentary. How are your teams feeling after the morning?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can.
Okay, right on. Yeah, we lost our first one, then we got a win against BC there, the last one. So they played well last game. So hopefully they carried forward here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also we played the first 2 games. We lost 8-0 in the first one this morning, and then we just had a tough match right to the end against Southern Ontario, the last one. But we didn't come out ahead of it, so we lost 6-2. So that only gives us 2 points for the day today. So we moved from tied for second. I think we're about 4th. I think maybe could be 5th. I haven't seen all the results. That hasn't been posted yet, but we didn't play bad. Just not good enough to earn some points.
Fair. And we'll definitely take a look in probably about frame 2 or 3. We'll pull up those stats that are updated and take a look where all the teams are shaken out at this point. But yeah, we can dive right into that match here. 1 second, and we'll pull them in. As we get them started here, Lonnie, do you want to go over the Saskatchewan team's roster?
Yeah, sure. We have, for the girls, we have Taylor Kerr bowling out of Glencairn in Regina. Marissa Giori also out of Glencairn. Haley Anderson Nielsen bowling out of Minto Bowl in Prince Albert. Trevor Cox for the boys. South Hill Bowling Center out of Moose Jaw. Braden Akers out of Minto Bowl. And Charles Spitzak also out of Minto Bowl. And coaches are Karen Kirkland and Sean Hilborn. And we're bowling at a Minto Rec Center this weekend.
Perfect. And over on the Manitoba side.
And for Team Manitoba, we have Jillian LaMonica from St. James Lanes in Winnipeg. Cadence Madden is one of the girl representatives from Minnedosa Bowl in Minnedosa, Manitoba. Sadie Olsen from Rossmere Lanes. Maxim Gibson, Dakota Bowling Lanes. Noah Brown from Dakota Bowling Lanes. Ethan Blackburn from Polo Park right here. And our coaches are Grant Spack from Rossmere Lanes and Debbie Tarn from Minnedosa Bowl. And we're bowling right here at a Polo Park Bowling Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Amazing.
Awesome.
All right, we can get these ones going here.
Oh, it's nice to have. We got some good feeds. That's always a good thing.
Yes.
We had a little issue on a couple of them. Southern Ontario had an issue as well. Of course, we've got the Excel spreadsheet, though, so we don't have any good icons if they throw 3 or 4 or 5 in a row.
That's okay.
That's the only bad
I
thing.
have that covered over on my end.
Katie's got us covered, yeah.
So our lineup, I believe the only change they're gonna be sitting Max, one of our highest athletes. He's punched 7 headpins in the first 2 games this morning. So he's usually the anchor bowler, and now they've sat him this time. They're gonna bring him off the bench. That is our change for Manitoba.
And it looks like we're same lineup as last game for us right now. Charlie's on the bench.
Perfect.
We're underway.
This is the first time seeing a lefty, Haley.
Yeah. She's I coach her out of the Minto Bowl here kind of thing. She's fairly new to the game, but yeah, she loves it and she's thoroughly enjoying her first national experience here for sure.
So looking at these teams, are there any players on either team who have been at nationals a couple times? Are they all rookies? What's kind of the shakeup of the teams here?
Well, for us, we most of our team is consisted of rookies. Actually, Marissa has just come from YBC Nationals. She was the senior girl singles. And Taylor is also just came from nationals. She was the junior girl singles. And Taylor had a silver medal there at nationals. But for the rest of them, the other 4 bowlers are all rookies. So yeah, their first experience at this.
Yes, we have on our team as well. We have 4 rookies. The only ones that have been returned, Jillian LaMonica. This will be her 3rd U Challenge Nationals. And Cadence Madden from Minnedosa, this will be her 5th U Challenge Nationals.
5 times. That must be, she's been pretty well every year that she's been eligible then, I would think.
Yes, she's 18 years of age. So she would, yes.
Wow.
I would think she would, this would be her 5th year in a row.
Good for her.
So that high game of 312. We don't have a high triple for her, but I'm assuming it's probably up there. If
She just wants to keep it secret for now.
secret, little secret weapon there. Both teams off to a little bit of a slow start. No one's found the middle just yet. Hoping Sadie will get something on the middle there. No.
Yeah, I know for our team, they were all having some lunch here in between games. So hopefully they find their groove here.
Yeah.
This is where nutrition comes into play, right? What did they have for lunch, right? Are they feeling a little different than the morning? Nothing too heavy. Hopefully, it doesn't take them a few frames to get up and running here. But
yeah,
it's okay. Sure. It seems like a slow start from both sides, so no one really pulling away early here. It's still very early in this game.
As you folks would all know, the first frame doesn't mean a lot. It's just getting everything working again, getting your feet, your ball rhythm, everything working. And moving forward.
And out of curiosity, I know there's obviously been a little bit of a break in between games. So you bowl a game and then you sit for almost half an hour. During that time, are these bowlers able to kind of stay fresh and practice in between games?
For us, we there was a couple, like I know Braden, who was working on spares because I think he missed 2 or 3 last game. But yeah, they have been staying loose and throwing balls in between games.
Manitoba has not. They've all sat down. They've had a team meeting after every game with the coaches, taking their break, maybe having some nutrition. But no, they have not thrown any practice balls.
Do they throw like maybe just 5 minutes before the next game starts to stay fresh, or really no practice at all?
They have the option to, but no, they have not.
Okay, interesting, right? Just to see this different dynamic, right? We don't kind of know what's going on, what are teams doing in between during these breaks, right? And how that can potentially affect the start of the game, right? Are they loose? Are they cold? What's every team doing? So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about these 2 matches is we have a proper total pinfall.
Oh, so we don't have to do the math.
Some of the computer systems, especially in the East, that we've played most of our matches, they wouldn't count if you had the straight. As long as the frame wasn't filled in, it wouldn't count on your total.
Yes.
Oh, really?
So we were always doing the math here. I don't know if you've played anybody from PEI or the Southern Ontario. They're not added in until that frame is filled.
Yeah, we had PEI against Northern Ontario the last match, and we had to do some mathing on the Northern Ontario side. There's the different scoring systems. So we definitely try to go over that at the beginning of these games to try to make sure we put the right numbers out there for those watching.
Yeah.
Well, just brings me back to the days when we didn't have computers. We all had to have the big math skills.
It definitely gave me a run for my money when I was having to keep track of all the scores and stuff too.
Yeah.
Very nice shot by Haley. Matched up with a strike from Ethan.
Capitalized on that 3-pin spare, took the max out of it.
Exactly. A 3-pin spare, if you're going to have one, the first frame is the spot to have it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, 30 is 30.
Yeah, absolutely.
Counts the same as a corner spare.
Yeah,
exactly. So we got some marks going. Three strikes in a row there for Manitoba. See if they started something here to get hot in the second half.
I don't think Caden is going to like that set. We
I was
had
gonna
the
say,
setup
yeah,
with the 3-pin kind of pushed in. Now, if the 2-pin was pushed in, you can't take that shot. You can
Yes.
Took
accept,
advantage of it.
for anybody that doesn't bowl out there watching, you can accept that the setup, or you can get a free reset.
Yeah.
Oh, and a great
And she
reset
did.
by her.
She did the right choice.
Yeah.
Of course, anybody that's bowled before wouldn't take that setup.
No.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, they are playing match play against individual points. So each player in the first position is playing against the first position on the other side for a single point. And then it is a team total match play worth 3. So all games are worth 8 points total. That's what they're shooting for.
Great shot from Sadie there.
Yeah.
Manitoba, 5-bagger. Do we get a Yahtzee for that or no? A team Yahtzee? A team Yahtzee? I don't
We
know.
do make our own rules on this show. So.
There we go.
Well, this second frame is a little better than the first frame that we had, for sure.
Yeah, they're picking it up, like we said, right? That first frame jitters after that break kind of thing, get everybody's feet under themselves here, and now they're starting early. This is just the second frame, and we're starting to see some marks. You can even see some excitement from some bowlers here, and it's the last 3 games of a national championship here. This is, these guys are jockeying for position. I know Manitoba started off this day with a little struggle, but they're still in it, right? They still want to make that championship round. And same thing with Saskatchewan, coming off a big win against BC, who was in first place. That's a huge momentum change there too. So this is an exciting matchup for both teams.
This is a very, very good matchup for both teams. Because remember, after this 9-game qualifying, it's the top 5 moving to the championship side, and the other bottom 5 moving to the B side.
I'm
so
just
this is
pulling up those stats here, and we can just quickly take a look at them too.
Yeah, every team is playing for positioning, whether it's on the consolation or the championship round. If you're on the championship round, you want to finish in first, obviously, right? You get a bye straight to the finals, and it just you only have to come in and play 1 game kind of thing, right? So
that's right.
So
with 3 games to go in that round robin, BC is sitting in first at 35.5. They only took 2 off of Saskatchewan last game, and Ontario is right behind them at 35. Wow. Newfoundland and Labrador have had a couple of really hot games off the start today, and they've crept into that top 5. And then Alberta and Manitoba. Saskatchewan is just on the outside, 23 points. So they're going to be
this match goes 7-1 Saskatchewan, and then it's Saskatchewan in the championship round and Manitoba in consolation.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is a big game for both teams.
And Northern Ontario, Quebec at 22-21.5 with 3 games left. They can still get to that championship round too. So, on Northern Ontario with an 8 and a 7 to start today, Quebec with 2 7s. Those teams are hot. So, keep an eye out on them too.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yes, especially when you're looking at the top 5 and you got Manitoba 5th and Saskatchewan just not too far down in 6th. Yeah, this is a huge match to make that A side.
Look at these two. Look at this second frame from both teams, clean all the way through, 4 strikes, 1 spare each, and then the leadoff bowlers both come out and throw bombs. I thought Haley's was a strike.
I think hers was a strike.
That's correct.
Yeah,
I thought that was a strike too.
Yeah.
So both coming off the leadoffs with doubles.
Yeah.
Wow. This is going to be a fun game. Hopefully.
Love to see it.
At this rate, just sit back and watch the show.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good one. It's a little refresh here. See if we can get it a little bit clearer.
All right, couple misses on the board there for Cadence and Trevor there, but still, no harm, no foul. They're still kind of it's a very close match still individually. So still lots of room for both sides.
Good mark.
Good spares. There you
right
go.
on cue.
Yeah, that's, again, a different dynamic of this virtual stuff, right? Everybody's bowling at the same time kind of thing. Yeah. So you're kind of commentating on the same shots versus when you're kind of playing one at a time, usually when you're doing the lane courtesy, right? So,
well, when both athletes are working on a strike, that 30 count miss spare looks perfect. There's nothing wrong with a miss spare.
No, 30. I always say 30s are good where I'm from, man. I said, if you get 30s, it's good.
Yep. 30s are fantastic. Nice shot by Sadie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got the extra count out of it.
playing dominoes over there.
Yeah.
Great count from Marissa though, and a little thin hit there. So maybe got away with that, like Lonnie said, that extra count. So
Yeah, for sure.
doesn't hurt. Keeps her in her match with Sadie there, who's got her double. So we know these bowlers can all throw strikes here, and now we got the picking spares like they're pros out there.
Marissa has back-to-back spares there. 18 years old from Regina, Saskatchewan. 383 high game. Another one without that total.
Yeah.
I want to mute me. My dog is barking.
Nice doggy. Nice doggy.
I'll mute myself if that happens again.
Oh, big strike. There's our first turkey of the match.
There it is.
Got it.
Right.
Great shot from Taylor there. So that's Taylor. I like how that's spelt. That's different.
Yeah.
She like that. She just came off her silver medal at YBC National. She's only 15 years old, but a ton of talent.
Wow, 365 high game, 900 triple at 15 years old. Wow.
Yeah.
Great scores.
Not bad, yeah.
Whoa.
A walk away.
Waited.
What is that? That's a turnaround?
Did you take that? Is that your son, Lonnie? Or
Yes, it is. Yeah, he won't show much emotion, but the odd time you will see, he knows when it's good out of his hand sometimes.
There you go. Another great frame from Saskatchewan. 10 marks in a row. Really, really playing well. And Manitoba's sticking around. Just that corner spare from Jillian. Otherwise, keeping it clean with marks all the way through.
A little bit high on that shot for the chop off, but still a great shot on the middle after a double.
Great start, yeah.
I'll just
look at the totals, 333 to 333.
Yeah.
I'll just go back to Braden's strike that he threw in the third there. I think that's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
He's just doing that for the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the crowd helps, right? And if your team feeds off that energy, that's a huge bonus to have a crowd behind you and then getting them fired up, right? So
it sure does. You know, when now you're playing virtual, so all you have is your parents or spectators watching your team, so they cheer just for you. Where when you have 16 teams across the lanes, you're hearing noise from everybody all the time. Right. So your spectators for your team have to be twice as loud to compete with the other spectators on the other teams. So this is now your own setup right now. So I think that helps the athletes that are up there, especially this younger generation.
Yeah, for sure.
That looks good too. Little full there, but could have carried that.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like back at Polo Park there, Cam, but I know like the spectators here, it's loud in the back, and it's pretty an electric atmosphere for these kids, and it's pretty exciting to watch. That's for sure.
I'll tell you what, if I just went over and opened my door, they're playing on lane 15 and my office is lane 17. You want to hear noise? I'll just open the door for you.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'd prefer to keep it closed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another smooth shot by Trevor.
Yeah.
Just gets the slider to go on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Ethan going to pick up his 15. No, leaves 10 up there. Still 100 after 4. Still that 250 pace and still well within reach of Haley. Slight advantage to Haley with the mark there in 4. But leadoff spot is a close one.
Yeah.
Cadence can throw one shot here, and then he'd basically be, within one shot of Trevor after Trevor got that slider going right.
Yeah, that's one thing we watch, and of course the Manitoba team all knows each other quite well, but there's no frowning faces on this team that they competes. They're always up and at 'em and always looking forward, always smiling. So it's something to watch.
Yeah,
it's good to keep that team momentum going, even when things are not going well.
Marissa's having fun on the camera over here.
Yeah.
The team's playing well. 13 straight marks. They're clearly having fun, and you can see it on from how they're bowling too, right? Keep it loose, have fun, and the scores will come.
Well, I think.
Ham bone time.
Ham bones.
Oh, head pin from Sadie there on that double. Would have been good to keep her in her match, but that just brings Marissa right back into her match now because Sadie was working that double. But fortunate head pin there.
The turning point for Team Saskatchewan might have been this Bluetooth speaker that they bought last game, and now they can play their own music in the background while they're bowling, and it seems to be they seem to be vibing with it. That's for sure.
It's a hell of a start. 14 marks in a row after that first frame. We were talking about the first frame jitters. Well, it clearly shook them off real quick.
Yeah.
If there's one frame that you never panic, and that's always the first frame.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I think he'll take
Good
that.
push. Yep, good push for the chop.
This is a close game here. So see if Manitoba can finish off the frame here and try to salvage 3 marks heading into the fifth frame here before starting to separate a little bit here. We got a 501 to 410. So 100 pin lead here, and Saskatchewan working on a bunch of marks. So you don't want to get it. You don't want to fall behind too much.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we would never call frame 4 a TSN turning point when they had him in those days.
Yeah,
but this has been a quite the turnaround here for the fourth frame.
Yeah.
With Jillian just punching.
Yeah, Manitoba's for sure going to need a bounce back frame here.
And we obviously know that they can, right? They've put some marks here, but they've clearly got into a little bit of head pin issues here. With 3 out of the last 8 shots being head pins, it kind of just stops the momentum, especially when Saskatchewan clearly hasn't stopped. So they're not playing terrible by any means. Everybody's on pace for 200 plus, basically on their games. So still lots of room to do it. They just got to get something going before Saskatchewan gets a little too loose out there because they are having fun over there.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's also something interesting to see, how do those players feel? Can they feel that, that kind of shift in momentum that Bill Brooks kind of mentioned in the comments there? Can they feel that? Are they watching? Are the coaches letting these kids watch as they're bowling or watching Saskatchewan bowl? Are they aware? So we don't know, right? So I don't know if you guys have any insight on that from the pit or the pit managers. I don't know what's out there, but are the kids watching?
Not in Manitoba. We do have a large screen TV, but it's in the back for the spectators to watch. Mm-hmm. So if you're in the pit area, the teammates, you're only going to see the opposition scores if you do walk back to see the TV. So we don't have it pointed towards the lane. It's pointed just for the spectators in the back. So they do not see the scores.
Oh, and another big shot by Haley.
Great shot by Haley, yeah.
That is for that lefty. I love it.
Let's see if Ethan can spark up Manitoba here. Get a good shot after Noah finished that frame for a strike. There you go. Wow, that was a great shot there.
Good shot. Yeah.
Great shot in the right pocket from Ethan.
Wow.
Another big strike for Saskatchewan from Trevor.
Saskatchewan is feeling it right now for sure. Yeah.
I'm not good at math. So how many marks in a row we got there for Saskatchewan?
17.
Yeah.
Wow. What a run.
Yeah.
Well, Team Manitoba just has to start answering back.
There we go.
Got to stay tight.
Go push back a little bit.
There.
That's your 3-pin spare. Turn around with a strike.
30
count.
There you go.
Count. So yeah, they're playing really well. Manitoba is not giving up, but neither is Saskatchewan. Jeez, wow.
Yeah, crazy. I think the music did it.
We're just not going to commentate anymore and just watch this. look at this. Look at these. Look at everybody. Look at Sadie.
That's what
Saturday.
I'm doing. I'm just enjoying the show here.
Yeah.
Hang on, well, we got Taylor up.
That was a bomb. Yep.
Yeah.
Katie's just waiting for it.
I was ready. I was on it that time.
Finger on the button.
Yep. Great shot by Taylor.
19 marks in a row.
You know, it's watching, especially the youth that we coach now, right? Usually everybody's, in between the third arrow and center arrow, and I can see by Taylor the way she's more to the right. She throws more of an angle shot.
Yeah.
Which you don't see much of the young athletes anymore.
No. Yeah. I think she comes in from the right corner, and I think it goes over the third arrow. If it's over the third arrow, she's usually automatic with it.
Another bomb from
Great
Jillian.
answer here by Manitoba.
Well, we talked about answering back from that fourth frame. But this team from Saskatchewan.
676 after 5 frames and a bunch of strikes working. And Manitoba is over the 500 mark, playing well. Like Manitoba is just running into a little bit of a buzzsaw so far in this first half. But Manitoba is playing well. So
up and at 'em. Nope.
Is that 20 marks in a row for Saskatchewan?
20 marks in a row for Saskatchewan.
Yeah. That fist pump by Braden was the first time I've ever seen any kind of emotion out of that kid. So I mean, he must be feeling it right now.
Even Dad's in shock right now.
Yeah,
like, is that my son? I've never seen him do that before.
Who is that unknown child in that anchor spot?
Super competitive, but
he must have been watching Dad last weekend at the Heritage there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Channeling some Lonnie.
Yeah.
So a bit of a misstep there from Noah, missing on that second shot, but cleans it up.
Yeah.
Gets himself to 105, it looks like, in the fifth frame. So down a little bit against Braden, but still lots of game left here. But Saskatchewan has got a stranglehold on things at the moment.
There's still some matches that are still can be decided, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Sadie in a 3-hole, Cadence 2-hole, still very close. The leadoff spot, lots of matches up there. It's close.
Sure.
Another massive strike from Haley.
That's a team six bagger.
Yeah, only 14 years old from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
throwing that great shot.
Yeah.
And another just massive strike over on the Manitoba side from Ethan.
Yeah.
Again, you know what? Sit back, go in your favorite chair, turn on the big screen TV, and watch the show. This is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, it looks like the streak might be over. I don't know if these are sparable at Minto, but
it'd be pretty tough. That's for sure. Yeah. There's no kickbacks here or nothing. So.
Well, the last match Manitoba had, the leadoff player spared a headpin split.
Oh, wow.
Oh, did he? There you go.
Yeah, so we had a super spare in the last match.
Nice.
Yeah. Got a super game going on right here from Saskatchewan. 734. You had just coming off of a 21 string of marks as a team, just unreal.
Yeah.
And then it finishes with a headpin.
Yeah.
Right? Like when you look at this looks like an open team at the moment, the way they're throwing marks up there.
A pro league team, yeah.
Pro league and open.
I said these guys would be the Mighty Plucks in the last stream, whatever, and these guys are playing a lot better now. So we would definitely lose to some of these guys for sure.
Yeah.
No, it's fun to see these kids succeed and post up some good scores and see the excitement on the lanes, right? And the fact that all of it is recorded, I think it just adds an extra memory for all of these kids. So it's amazing.
I'm so excited.
I love the theatrics.
Yeah.
Love them.
Absolutely. That's what I love. I love the animated bowlers, the ones that show their emotions on the lanes and stuff like that. Those are the fun ones to watch. You got those people that, throw strikes or head pins and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference kind of thing, right? I like
that's Lonnie, right? Isn't it?
The odd time, yes.
Lonnie can get fired up though. Look at this one.
Well,
another bomb.
Nice six. That's the 6-pack.
Six pack.
We're halfway there.
Jeez.
We got it.
Unreal.
Incredible.
Well, I think they caught some momentum by beating. I think BC's was their only loss was against Saskatchewan last game so far this tournament, and I think they've caught a little bit of momentum here now, and they're feeling it a little bit.
Well, they're making that push, right? That last game win against BC's obviously was who was in first place. Now brought Saskatchewan right back into the mix for the championship bracket, right? Yeah. So now this is a huge match, like we said before. Like Saskatchewan was in sixth, and Manitoba was in fifth with only 5 points spread
between them. Yeah, 5 points between them. So
this is a big match for both sides, and that's why these kids know that, right? And they you can see it. They're clutching up. They're both playing well.
Yeah,
that's
great shot by Jillian. And I mean, realistically, at a youth challenge event, having like almost a 700 in the sixth frame, that's pretty good. But then you look over the other side at 829 and you're like, okay, got some work to do over on the Manitoba side.
That's one thing with bowling is there's unfortunately no defense to the sport. So you just have to hope for some opportunities, answer some strikes if you can, and wait for hopefully an opening to get back in it.
100%, because both of these teams are playing fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's just the thing from Manitoba's side as well, right? You're looking up at the scoreboard, you're down 200, but you have to realize that you guys are playing well, like really well. You're just kind of running into a little bit of a buzzsaw here, but you got to try to salvage those points and not get too down on yourself from a team perspective. You don't want to, because you're struggling or whatever. But visually, it looks a lot worse than it actually is because they're playing well.
100%.
The sixth frame is just the one of the frames. You got your 7, 8, 9, 10. There's still almost 900 pins up for grabs there.
Yeah.
I mean. That's one thing about 5-pin bowling, where 10-pin you only got 1 count, so 30 is your max. Mm-hmm. Well, in 5-pin you got 45 is your max, and that makes a big difference when you're looking at 4 frames still ahead of you.
Absolutely. And they got a few marks. Manitoba still got a few marks going there. They got a couple strikes and a spare, so still something to work on. And a few of these matches are still close, so there's still some of them that are up for grabs. So still some work to do here.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is Zach Nielsen. He's on the WCBT. This is his daughter Haley. From PA. Wow, she's another one.
Turkey
up there.
We're keeping Katie busy with all these graphics. Love to see it.
I love it.
I think Ethan's on a double, right? So we might have to get him ready here. I'm not sure. Pretty sure he's on a double.
We can't go. Oh, we got another split. We can't see what he's got.
Yeah.
We took the Excel sheet and just moved too far down.
Yeah.
We can't tell. We can't tell if those 2 strikes are doubles, but I think Ethan's is a double though.
I think so. We'll be able to tell when it counts.
Yeah.
Throws the strike, goes up to.
Should be 190. So it was a turkey shot.
A turkey.
Great job, Ethan. Turkey and turkeys at the top for Haley and Ethan.
Great answer by Ethan.
We got the old 3 baggers for the top. Yep, that's Ethan Blackburn right here from Polo Park Bowling Center. Just turned the age of 16. So he just finished up his first year of seniors.
Those scores.
18, 9, 23.
Throws his original Paramount balls that he bought when he was probably about 10 years old.
I think we all had those Paramount bowling balls.
Yeah, I think so.
As one of our first sets,
Massive scores for 16 years old.
Yeah. That's interesting, too, when I seen his delivery, it said hook and backup.
It depends on how he feels that day.
Every commentator has said that. And every match so far has said the same thing.
I was
Okay.
the one that put all the information into the player cards based on what the kids said, and some of their answers just had me howling.
Oh, boy.
But that is his true answer.
My
I'm
favorite
gonna say
was I can't remember what team it was, but somebody, when we said, "What kind of bowling balls do you use?" they wrote my grandma's.
yeah.
Beautiful.
It's an honest answer, right? So it's,
Yeah. Oh,
a
great
raffle
shot by
balls, I don't know.
Sadie.
Yeah.
Here we go. Manitoba posting some marks here.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's that
good frame.
3-pin spare, and you throw the strike after. That's a good old
And,
30 count.
And back-to-back open frames for Saskatchewan from a team perspective here. So again, it's not doesn't hurt them too much here, but hopefully the momentum doesn't stop here. We got Taylor on that 6-bagger coming up here. So
let's sit back and enjoy the show. We'll watch this shot.
Yeah.
that's real good again. Wow.
An absolute bomb.
Fantastic.
Just an absolute bomb in that right pocket for the last 3 or 4 anyways. Like just locked into that shot, and that's clearly getting the right reaction on the lanes there.
They looked identical. Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Lonnie.
Sure.
If you have, we'll say, at what point when you start off with a string of strikes from the first frame, what point in time do you think about a perfect game, if any?
Well, yeah, I think the answer would be you try not to think about it. You just try and stay present and throw one shot at a time and just try and keep the same pace and everything else. But yeah, it's hard not to think about it at this point, you would think. It's all about going up there and staying present and saying to yourself, throw one good shot or slow feet or whatever it may be, or watch go over your arrow or follow through. But yeah, it's just about trying to repeat that same first 7 shots you had before that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I always it's a 6 strike for me. When I get to that halfway point, it's in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Now with Braden having those 2 punches in 6 and 7, that match is really tightened up with Noah having a strike in 7 and being able to count on it. That match is going to be pretty close coming into those last few frames.
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems like the big difference in total is kind of that 160 mark, and obviously Taylor's 7-bagger is probably a big contributor to that gap. Otherwise, there's a lot of close matches here still. So some points to be decided here.
Yep, Manitoba just filling every frame on lane for the 7th frame. They filled every one in, so that gives them a little jump going into the 8th.
Yep. Haley has a split on her double or turkey, so that's going to put an end to her string of strikes.
And then we have Ethan on his turkey as well.
Oh, and he throws the ham bone.
Ham bone for Ethan.
Where do you guys come up with this ham bone? I never heard of the ham bone before. What the?
It's I think it's a 10-pin reference.
Yeah. Is that really where you got it from?
I think it came from 10-pin. Yeah.
Oh, we have
Cadence is coming out in the 8th frame.
Yes,
and Max is going in.
So Max is what do we got Max here? 18 years of age. This kid has won 4 national gold medals in YBC. 1 as a bantam singles and 3 as a senior.
Look at that
2
triple,
in doubles and mixed.
1,049.
with a 418 single.
Mm-hmm.
He also plays in the pro league, I believe, too, out of Dakota.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he played well this year.
I think they just
Dakota
lost
Dynamite.
the finals. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Max played well too, and when he was playing, I think he played in the finals.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, definitely a guy that can feel comfortable in bringing off the bench. Clearly, tons of experience. Clearly, with those scores, can throw a lot of strikes. So, unfortunately, comes off the bench there, gets that head pin. with a strike there, he would have got him right back into his match against Trevor. So Trevor will still have a little bit of a lead here going into the last 2 frames by about 26 sticks, I guess, here. Yeah. So still close with both bowlers being open there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-4 here.
It's a tough part. Max had punched 7 out of his first 20 frames in the first 2 games. And
that's right.
Unfortunately, now it's 8 punches in 21. But as you know, Alani, it happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If you find that middle and you just can't get off, a double for Sadie.
Yeah.
Yeah, double for Sadie. So she takes a little bit of a lead in her match, but Marissa, stays in it with that big strike for her team, especially after they opened up the first 2 shots there. So
let's watch the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get him up.
Oh, you could tell it was a little high.
Yeah. Put it where you need to go. You have to hit the middle, but
yeah.
Well, that was a
great run, Taylor.
Great run to see.
Yeah, for sure. 15 years old. That's a ton of talent.
Yeah.
Well, there's been lots of talent in the Saskatchewan ladies, right? I'm sure they've all gone through these youth challenge tournaments, right? So this could be, future superstars, right? That we're going to see, right? Whether it's on Team Saskatchewan or Manitoba or any province, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the future generation of our sport, right? So hopefully this gives them the exposure and, to see it and be part of this, right? Because a lot of these kids have seen either Pro League or have seen the WCBT events, and they see all these live streams and things that are happening, and now they kind of get to be a part of it and look back on it, and that's something that'll be on YouTube forever for them. So super cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this match has gotten very close here too.
Great shot from Braden there.
It was good.
Put the shoulder into it.
Yeah.
I've seen that one before.
But no,
that's what people are saying to me. Yes. I didn't realize I did the same thing, but
I'm pretty sure I commentated on like the same thing all last weekend or 2 weeks ago.
Flashbacks, deja vus.
I think we're in a must spare. Oh,
good spare.
Good way to cover. Noah. Nice to have live pins here.
There you go. Good frame for Manitoba. 4 marks there. They got 3 strikes and a spare and a couple doubles working as well.
Yes.
And the pinfall is within 100 now.
Yeah.
You got 2 frames left. Let's not count Manitoba out here.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with those doubles.
Unfortunately, Saskatchewan just got into a bunch of headpin issues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 headpins in their last 3 frames as a team. So, brought Manitoba. They kind of just snuck in here, threw a couple doubles here, and they're not out of it.
No, this shot here by Ethan will gain another 45.
That right 3-pin looks pushed back. Maybe that's just the camera.
Nice ball. I think
chop off. Oh
no, that headpin.
Yeah.
So this is a big spare for Haley now, because she can get right back into this match too.
Just
left there.
Way to rush that one a little bit.
Maybe, yeah, for sure. It's 9/10 frame, right? Getting a little quick feet or something like that.
Yeah, big sticks at 25. Count on the strike in the 8th for Ethan. Oh, we got 10.
So now Haley will max out at 282, and Ethan will be sitting at 265. So, if Haley will have to bag out in order to force Ethan to mark, kind of thing, right? So, still some possibilities there, but Ethan does have a bit of a lead there.
Yeah.
This was the pull from Cadence to now Maxim.
Yeah, so Maxim is in now, so he can max out at 253. Some good shots here.
Slipping out of his shot a little bit, just can't get that corner to go.
Yeah.
So he'll need a spare here to keep up with Trevor after Trevor got that spare. So
yes, he had some sliding issues 3 weeks ago at the YBC Nationals when we were playing on wood lanes. The wood approaches were giving him a hard time.
Oh, really?
Like easy
okay.
cover there?
Even at Orleans and in Gatineau. He was having some sliding issues, but they won a gold, so I'm sure he's still happy about it. There you go.
Big
Nice shot. Big double. Another crowd pleaser. I love it.
There you go. Let's see if Sadie can answer here. Marissa's doing what she can, but this game still belongs to Sadie. Look at this.
Put another one up there.
Just a little thing.
Great shot.
Little thing on the right, little blow through there. Great count.
Well, you know as well as I do, if you're going to break off a string of strikes, 43 is the one.
Yeah.
Taylor right back at it after that head pin, after that 7-bagger.
Yeah.
What was Taylor's high game before this? Do we remember?
She had a 311, I think, in game 2. She finished off a four bagger and stole her point with it. Actually, it was a very close match. But yeah, 311 game.
Yeah, and then her high game of all time. Do we know?
Oh, I think it was 360, 365. I believe we see.
All right. Well, there you go.
365.
Yeah,
so it's in play. It's in play. Let's see if she can reach a new personal high game. Would be nice.
Oh, just misses.
Yeah.
So Sadie misses her corner. So Marissa will be able to bag out for 294. And then Sadie will have about 267 max now. So game back to Marissa going into the 10th frame with a huge double in 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Yep, that is a big double for that match.
Taylor, obviously, with her great game, but even then, Jillian is still, potential for over 320 here. So still a great game from Jillian, but it looks like this game will go to Taylor.
Yeah.
But again, Jillian can kind of try to bridge that gap in total too, right? It's still 100 pins for total here, but they're not really getting any marks here. So this could be a big double for the team.
Yeah.
Jillian looks working on a strike.
Yeah. Yeah, she's doing what she can to kind of stay as close as she can to Taylor.
Yeah, and it's even then, it's all team total, right? The match is super close. Like it's still within 100 pins. So she's trying to help out the team, right? And that's the important part, right? Even though sometimes you're out of your match, or in this case with that miss from Jillian, she's officially done, but it's still important to try to get those team total points because you never know a tiebreaker down the road or an individual, point or something like that. It can make a big difference.
Yeah.
Let's see if she can get her 30 count. 30 counts are good. That looks like a good shot.
Atta girl.
Shot.
There we go.
Great shot. So again, that's going to bring their total up to about probably 1080, 1090. So, they're within 70 points. Saskatchewan's got, that one double and 2 marks going.
Yes, we have Saskatchewan has 4 marks going into the 10th.
So, and if Noah can put a little 30 count here, gets them within 60 points, with the amount of marks, still kind of comparable, nothing crazy. There's still some room here for Manitoba to squeeze this one out.
Oh, great shot.
Great shot.
A must shot to give a little bit of a chance.
And that's important for the individual match against Braden too. With Braden's open, he's sitting at 202. Noah actually takes the lead with a mark working. So it goes right back to Noah.
Yeah.
Noah's last 3 frames, strike, spare, strike, kind of keeping into the game. And then Braden, unfortunately, a couple of head pins and a strike, open frame, open the door for Noah.
Yeah. Well, here we go to the 10th.
Great shot from Haley. Haley's going to try to, if she strikes out for 282,
that's
keeping herself alive.
That still gives her a chance at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's
Ethan's
see what
working
Ethan does.
263. I mean, Haley's got a chance now with another strike.
Needs it.
What's in there?
Look at that.
So
Ethan gets on the side. We're good. Yep.
Yeah, good answer.
282. So as long as Ethan keeps it on the lane here, he'll take that first point for Manitoba. Great answer there after that head pin in 9 when he was working on a triple. So allowed Haley right back into the game, but stuck with it. Throws a bomb in 10 to take his match. And what a finish from Haley. Wow.
Nice finish for Haley.
280.
Great game. 280, and you're going to lose, unfortunately. But great game,
Just missed the first frame, and that was
yes. even pros like us shooting a 280 and losing, you don't see that happen very often.
Well, that's why I said it's so unfortunate, right? Such a good game and you lose, so it sucks as an adult to lose like that, and just for these kids too, right? You bowl a great game over your average to lose, but don't whatever. Don't be too upset about it. It's a great game.
Yeah.
193, 238. 238 is all that.
Cadence can get there, eh? Or it's Cadence and
It would be Max.
Max.
Well, there you go. He threw the double. That's the win.
Yeah.
Great finish, great game from Ethan at the top there.
Yeah. Did his job for sure.
So now we got Max coming in to try to finish the game here. But it doesn't, like, Saskatchewan is doing what they're doing as well, right? We had about a 60-pin split kind of going into this 10th frame. You know, Ethan did what he's supposed to do. It's just been strikes everywhere kind of thing. So it's both sides are doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like, we have Manitoba here that could potentially shoot, 12, 12 and a half, 13 if they get hot kind of thing, and potentially lose this game. So it's both teams are playing really well.
Yeah. Yeah,
this is what you want to see in one of those positions in the standings where it could be an influential game. Mm-hmm. You want to see both teams going out and putting it all out on the lane.
Absolutely, yeah.
It just shows the caliber of our youth bowling programs that we have as well, right? Because these are scores, and this is supposed to be a youth, and usually youth average less than adults, but any of these scores here can compete with any, professional 5-pin bowling team, open team, whatever.
Yeah. Like these guaranteed.
These scores are amazing, and this is our youth, right? Yeah. These guys are just getting started, so it's incredible to see.
Yeah. These scores will compete against men's leagues.
I'm saying.
Men's scratch leagues. Yeah.
This might be the youth challenge nationals, but like these scores would be competitive in an open national setting kind of thing for the men's teams or ladies or mixed or whatever, right? So these are great scores here. This is a great match.
Well, Sadie's got an opportunity here to win this one.
Yes, with Marissa going miss punch on her double.
Yeah.
We'll give her a 234.
Yeah.
So she needs 13. She needs to leave a corner.
13 to win.
Yeah.
And 3 balls to do it.
Yeah.
She gets it in one.
Do it with one ball. Yeah. That's the way to do it. Don't wait for that third one.
They still got a couple marks going on. I'm not mathing too hard right now, but I think it's mathematically still in play here for Manitoba to finish this game off with a couple marks.
Close.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Because Saskatchewan's a whole bowler ahead.
That is a fantastic.
Right out of her hand, that looked good.
Yeah. Crossed over that time to the left.
That one crossed, eh?
She is very close to her high single game.
Yeah.
365, was it?
Yeah.
Let's see a personal best here. Let's see
anything on the side.
Yeah.
Great game from Manitoba. Great game from Sadie here. 242. She's going to take her point. Did her job. Played well.
Yeah.
Seemed to be all over the middle, really. So,
And Sadie yesterday in her third game shot 314, which is her high single game in her career.
Well, we got 366 with a 5 here. So she'll beat it by 1.
Cleans up the side.
Needs 2.
Touch.
Oh.
Great game alert. There
363.
Amazing game by Taylor.
Amazing game. Takes her point for Saskatchewan. Jillian here can.
Jillian working on a spare. Does require this.
Look at this.
Nice ball.
So 30. So that'll put them at 1233. So they got 30, 1263, 75, 13. So yeah, mathematically, Saskatchewan's got total.
Right.
Yeah.
But that game is still up for grabs, though. Braden is still fighting Noah for that individual match here. Noah is working on a strike, so
this could be the odd number 5-3.
Braden gets very well.
You don't see that much in match play, right? 5-3.
No.
It's usually a 6-2 or a 7-1 or a
Mhm.
see hard to see a 4-4 or 5-3.
Yeah.
So Braden there gets away with a left corner strike there. I think late fall on it, so keeps him in his match there. A little quick on that one, I think, but
There's a good finish by Jillian.
And 281, great game.
Great. These are all great games.
281, but she ran into a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
Well, just like Haley at the top for Saskatchewan, both 280 and lost to Ethan's game, and now Manitoba 281 game, and they lose to a 360. So
Correct.
it's both sides got a piece of that. So Braden, decent 227 game there for himself, as the scores just refresh there. So Noel will just need some kind of count here on his next two shots.
Yeah, I think he just stays out of trouble and he's good.
There it is, yeah.
And I think that's staying out of trouble.
So a monster game there from Saskatchewan, 13:58.
Oh, I did that wrong.
Yeah. It's all
I'm working on it.
So Saskatchewan's going to take this one 5-3.
And Manitoba is going to have a 1,300, it looks like, and unfortunately run into, a
bigger 13.
A bigger 1,300, yeah.
Wow. All right. No sweat, Noah. You got your point. Total was out of reach. Regroup and
that's not too often. Not too often. Team will shoot almost 1,300 and don't win total.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's and that'll be interesting to see how Manitoba regroups from that. But at least from a standings perspective as well, that 5-3 split, a loss is Saskatchewan's only gaining 2 versus gaining potentially 4 or 6.
Yeah.
For the other routes, right? So Manitoba is actually still going to stay in 5th place, right? Because Saskatchewan was 5 points behind. So
I believe they were. Yeah, I believe
they were 5 points behind. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So take this as a small victory, a nice 12.93. You can't be upset with that. So
no.
Amazing game. It's they did come back because I thought they could be deflated after shooting the 1,200 against Southern Ontario and only getting 2 points, and they lost total at the last frame as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they did bounce back now with a 12.93. So that's pretty impressive. So this team has got a lot of fight in them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they got to fight to try to stay into that championship round and then just give themselves a chance, right? They
keep playing Saskatchewan, and for Saskatchewan, they just moved that much closer to that qualifying spot.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Going to make an exciting last 2 games for both these teams.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Congratulations to both these teams on excellent played games. We're going to run a commercial from both provinces, and good luck in your last 2 matches.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
you betcha.
right, we are back. Game number 4 of the day, match 8 in total for Youth Challenge Nationals. And we have a match coming up against some of our maritime provinces, the Nova Scotia, New Brunswick team versus Newfoundland and Labrador. Joining Al and I, we have Mitch Williams. Hello.
Hello, I'm going to be that guy right away and
Mitchell.
say that Nova Scotia and PEI are maritime and Newfoundland is Atlantic Canada.
Okay. So sorry.
I said I'm going to be that guy right away.
You can be that guy. I 100% get it. You can be that guy. How has Newfoundland been doing this morning?
Newfoundland has had an excellent day. They went 8-6-8 for the 3 games, averaging just exactly around 1,200.
Wow, they've been having a great day then.
Yes, very consistent and very successful.
Amazing.
Yeah, clearly Newfoundland's put themselves in a position, only 5.5 points after out of first after 7 games. They did update the stats just now, so Newfoundland playing for a spot in the championship round.
Yeah. We'll maybe get the game started and then we can bring that up and take a little bit closer look at it. We don't have a provincial commentator just yet from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, but we will hopefully get someone in here soon. But other than that, I think we are ready to start the match.
All right, let's do it. We can do the lineups once this intro goes on too.
Yeah. All right, so do you want to start us off by doing the Newfoundland and Labrador lineup?
So Team Newfoundland Labrador is Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Abby Tiller, Jenna Lee Bowers, Carter Belbin, Luke Walsh, and Cody Jacobs. They are coached by Art Wells and Steph Kelly.
Amazing. And over on the Nova Scotia New Brunswick side, Al, do you want to take that one on?
Yeah, absolutely. For the girls, we have Ellie Smith, Amy Vaynote, Addison McIntosh. For the boys, we have Hunter Holman, Dylan Guittard, Alex Hulberg, coaches Rod Nitz, and Kim Howe. And they're bowling out of North Rustico Lanes, which I believe is where the PEI team is playing as well, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, in fact, they decided to bowl together for this Nationals, which, can you blame them?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Glad to have them here and looking forward to a good match here. Obviously, Nova Scotia from the standings perspective, near the bottom of the standings in 9th place, but still be vying for position for that consolation round tomorrow. So there's still a couple of games here for against Newfoundland and Alberta for Nova Scotia to close out their kind of round robin play of this championship. So still looking to get some points up on the board.
Yeah, and after that last game, the top part has kind of narrowed in a little bit, 43.5 in first, and that 5th spot, 31. And then a little bit of a gap between 5th and 6th at 28 with 2 games to go. So still a little bit of movement that can be had, especially in those top few with 43.5, 42, 38. But everybody's kind of vying to get into that championship round.
Yeah, updated stats from Newfoundland shows Vanessa averaging 265 for 7 games, being the top ladies bowler on the Newfoundland team, and Carter Belbin leading the men with a 246 average on his team. And for Nova Scotia PEI, the leading average for the ladies, Amy Vaynote averaging just over 200, and for the boys, Hunter Holman averaging about 192 right now. So some good scores from these kids from both provinces. So Newfoundland hasn't started yet. We have Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, already a couple bowlers in here. So hopefully we'll get the Newfoundland team to join us here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they get the signal to start.
Yeah, if they're watching the stream, we did put up on the screen that it was time to start and they were good to go, but maybe they're still putting their lineup in if they're changing it up from last game. Not 100% sure. Or maybe they're having just a little quick chat as a team off on the side.
So see a strike there. Strike from Alex and Ellie there to start the game for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Addie, a little bit of an open frame to start. Dylan with a hit pin to start. So get those first frame jitters. We were talking about this in the other stream about how these bowlers have sometimes 20 to 30 minute breaks in between, and how do they utilize those times or that time to either get ready for the next game, or if it's kind of get some food in you. So it's interesting to see what they're doing. Mitch, do you have any insight from what like the Newfoundland group is doing? Are they staying fresh, eating, practicing, or just kind of just waiting it out?
I'm actually not at the bowling alleys, so
yeah, that's fair.
I'm not sure what they're doing in between games. I assume they have the freedom to throw balls, and I mean, everyone on that team, I think, knows you gotta eat to stay ready to bowl.
Yeah, no, we were just saying that from we were talking about it in the last stream with the Saskatchewan and Manitoba match, and Cam was telling us that Manitoba is like not doing any practice at all in between games, kind of thing, and they had, and then Saskatchewan was kind of, some people were working on things, some people were eating, some people were kind of doing just different things, right? So it's just with this different kind of format, with this virtual format. Usually in a live kind of setting, you usually don't have those kind of extended breaks in between games.
Yeah.
So I was just curious to see, if the bowlers were utilizing that time to practice.
I've gotten a report that Team Newfoundland chills out.
They chill out. I love that.
And somebody on our chat there says that Newfoundland are playing underneath a pizza place. So I'd say they're eating a lot of pizza. So maybe pizza is their thing, because they seem to be playing well today. So whatever they're doing, if it's pizza, hopefully they keep eating it.
There's they throw a few balls in between, and they just they chill out. And if you're chilling out at the bowling alley, you throw some balls too, right?
No, for sure. No, and you guys are playing at Holiday Lane, so I was happy to visit that place a couple weeks ago during the NBT event.
Yes,
and,
did you like it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and I was just kind of segueing in here too. I played with Luke in the Survivor event. We were in the same kind of pod, and fun to watch. Clutched up in the second round of the Survivor, struck out to win to get into the next round by 2 or something like that, and he was fired up, and it was fun to watch. So it's and it was actually on this same set of lanes. Actually, it looks like it's the last 2, right? So it's it was nice. It was nice to see. I didn't realize, and I think he played. He's coming off of a national appearance as well, if I'm not mistaken, at YBC Nationals. I think he was on the doubles team there that finished in second place.
Yes. So Luke Walsh is having a really formative couple of months right now in his career.
Good to see these kids kind of getting the exposure that they deserve, and hopefully motivates them to get into other events like the NBT events or club tour events a little bit more out east. And we've seen a lot of Newfoundland bowlers also attend WCBT events as of late. So it's good that we're getting these events are getting support from coast to coast. So it's definitely a thriving sport. So hopefully these kids, and this is the next generation, right, can carry that on and start participating in these events as well.
Yes, these kids are elite now. They're so ready for the Open and Masters.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about in the other stream. Like we shot it was Saskatchewan and Manitoba 1360 to like 1300 or something like that, and we were just saying that this is a youth challenge nationals, but these scores can compete at Open Nationals or at Masters Nationals. Like these teams are posting up some big numbers here. So although it might be a youth event where usually you tend to see scores a little bit lower, like no, our talent and our bowling programs have really done a good job into getting these kids ready for this stage. And it shows. Like some of these kids, even in WCBT events or other cash events, you're seeing a lot of younger people participate, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah, for sure.
Abby with a double. She's been super strong today after struggling a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, putting a little string of strikes there, solid 5 strikes through 7 shots there. Just a couple open frames from Cody and Luke. Otherwise, a really good start from Newfoundland. Nova Scotia, Alex had that strike in the first frame, head pin in the second frame. So, still well within his match against Cody. It's still very early, and if you're not familiar with the format, we'll go over it again. Every individual match, so the first position and versus the first position of the opposite side are all worth 1 point. So highest game will take the 1 point, and then the team total. So those scores you can see at the bottom right. The 86 for Nova Scotia, 23, which is obviously not counting in the marks there, is going to be worth 3 points. So a total of 8 points are available every game. So if you looked at the standings before, within 8 games available every game, there is a lot of points that the standings could change fairly quickly. So Luke there starting with a couple open frames. He's got his team kind of backing him up here. So with Luke's kind of pedigree and his resume over his career, we will assume that he'll figure it out. I'm sure he'll want to help out his team here. So we'll see if Ellie here can double up for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
Yeah, Luke definitely has a talented background behind him. 17 years old from Mount Pearl with a 381 high score, 1,017 triple. Lots of talent on the lane. So even with a couple rough frames to start it off, I'm sure he is going to bounce back.
And Vanessa starting with a double herself. So, we know Vanessa. I think I don't think I even opened up her profile because I think the file is too big. I'm pretty sure she's got a pretty elaborate resume herself from her YBC bowling there. So it's she's not like, look at this, like 1033 triple at 15. Unreal.
385 single.
And that's not her only 1,000 triple either.
So multiple thousand triples.
Multiple thousands by the age of 15. Multiple gold medals.
Yeah.
She was a member
definitely a force.
She was a member of the Newfoundland Labrador Youth Challenge team that went undefeated 2 years ago.
Okay.
So, the future for Vanessa is hers, if she wants it.
Yeah. And she seems, I see her name. I tend to track a lot of tournaments across the country. I like to kind of see who's the up-and-comers and stuff like that. And I've definitely seen her name pop up several times. So I'm not, without even looking at her resume, I just know that I've seen her on so many different, nationals, from whether it's C5 or Youth Challenge or, YBC. She's got a good future ahead of her for sure.
Yes.
So a little delay here, a little correction, I guess, on the Nova Scotia New Brunswick side here. So resetting that, I guess, left two pin, or I'm not sure if it should be a right two pin.
Yes, I saw that Ellie had a right and missed it. I don't know why the left corner is on the lane now, and now the right corner is. Okay, I see.
So now she's going to pick it up either for her, I think it's picking up for her cleanup here for 15, right?
Yes. Not able to get 15, but she is a step ahead of Luke in the match right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Beginning of the game.
Obviously Newfoundland. So with these strikes not counting, basically you can add in 15 for the individual strikes, and then double strikes are going to be looking at 45 each. So 45, 45, 45, 135, 150 to add on to that 38. So they're sitting at 188. So a little bit of a lead early on in the match, especially with all those marks working, but still lots of room for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to bring this back and bridge that gap a little bit.
The 4 and 5 players down here are going to look to put a solid lineup.
Yeah, put a couple marks on the board for the team here. Obviously, they're struggling a little bit in that second frame there, so hopefully post a couple marks, minimize the damage. Great job from Dylan there.
This Nova Scotia New Brunswick team looks like most of them have been playing together for at least a couple of years. I recognize names from 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, I think with it being such a small area, a lot of their players have gotten to know each other very well and have played together.
Well, most provinces, right, when it comes to those tournaments, they tend to see each other just like us in our own respective provinces, right? we tend to know who's who, and we tend to we all have our own bowling family, right? And it always starts at a provincial level, and then obviously it grows to the national level when you start kind of attending these styles of events. But from a provincial level, I'm sure a lot of these Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, all the athletes on this team are familiar with each other in one way or another. Good spare from Amy there.
I do know that
or 15 so.
I do know that the Maritime provinces, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, have some cash tournaments actually. I know not a lot of information about what goes on in those places makes it here to Newfoundland, or at least directly to me. So I found out watching some of the stream yesterday that there's a New Brunswick cash tournament and the PEI cash tournament. So, and there's also and I'm not sure of the details. It sounded to me like there's something called the Confederation Cup, where all of these maritime bowlers make teams to bowl together. So they are competitive. They do bowl competitions with each other all the time, year round.
It's good to see that even the smaller, provinces, that are having these opportunities for not only adults, but for hopefully eventually all these kids to kind of grow up, because it's important for them to develop those skills in different competitions, even if it's older people or as a kid. That's why you see a lot of kids joining other events kind of out west or Ontario and stuff like that, because they're getting that exposure, right? And it's good learning experiences for these folk. I was always told that you got to play the best. If you want to be the best, you got to play the best, kind of thing, right? So you got to put themselves in those positions, and everybody is so welcoming when it comes to these events too, especially when it comes to kids. I know if there was ever any kids on our lane draw, we always tend to make them feel as comfortable as possible and stuff like that, and ask any questions. And everybody is so welcoming in our community across the country, so it's important that we take these kids under our wings and hopefully lead to future generations of the sport and the growth of the sport at the end of the day.
Right. Oh, a big turkey over there for Abby.
Katie's on the graphics,
and Ellie's ball just deflects off the head pin. It was a great ball.
Yeah, a couple corners there for Ellie, but with the strike in the first frame is clearly found the side. Just got to clean up her spares here, a little pinning action, and she'll keep a little bit of a lead against her match against Luke early on in this game here. Great spare from Ellie,
and that's redemption from her miss last frame. Luke's not far behind though.
Well, Luke jumping off to the side on that one.
Yeah.
Yes, Luke likes to run out shots. I did notice that. So you'll definitely see him active on the lane if the ball's on the side. So he'll be an animated person to watch bowling or watch the bowl.
And a big strike over on Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
Great shot,
Luke has been off the left side of the screen and the right side of the screen.
Depending where his ball goes, right?
And sometimes when he jumps, he comes off the top.
Look at this. Great frame here. Great finish from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia here. Corner spare, a couple strikes at the bottom there. So great. Maybe this is the spark they needed here. A little TSN turning point.
Yes.
A couple marks on the board. And Vanessa with a turkey. Carter, is he going to match? Look at that bomb.
And the third turkey for Newfoundland Labrador.
I'm just going to put this out there. Because I was in Newfoundland a couple of weeks ago, I was told that Holiday Lanes is one of the tougher scoring houses, and I beg to differ.
This team is making it look easy.
I was going to say that this team is making it look easy. Some of the bowling that I saw at the MBT made it look easy. So it's like, I don't know. If this is the toughest scoring house, I don't want to see a good scoring house in Newfoundland. Yikes.
What I have to say about Holiday Lanes is that they can be tough if you're not confident.
You're not confident, so confidence is key. All right.
If you
that is the key. That's the key to life. Confidence is key. Look at this, Nova Scotia, a little team ham bone here.
It can be punishing, but it can also be very rewarding to bowl at Holiday Lanes.
So yeah, this 74 total from from Newfoundland is making this very difficult, especially with all these strings of strikes here. So I think all those three baggers are basically 90 points, or those triples are 90 points each. So you got 270, 285. So you're looking at about 350 and change kind of thing with the marks included for Newfoundland.
But Nova Scotia, New Brunswick are putting together
Right there.
a star frame here. Look at that.
They are right there. They're definitely making a move here. We have somebody on a double in the fifth frame here, so they're maybe a little score correction there. There you got it. Someone got it. There you go. Thank you. So Dylan there, a little wide left, but like I always keep saying, 30s are good where I'm from. So hopefully capitalize on a 30. Nope.
I think over the last 3 years, since the first time I've seen these bowlers from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick bowl in the Youth Challenge, Ellie has actually made an enormous improvement. I can recognize the shots that most of these bowlers throw, except for Ellie is completely different. She's throwing with such confidence now that I never used to see.
That's
a
good.
309. Look at that.
Wait. Is that right? Yes, that was right. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. 309, 630 triple.
Yes.
15 years old.
And for example, last year in the Youth Challenge, because I did some R&D this morning knowing I was coming here, she averaged 150 last year and 127 the year before.
Oh, wow. So big improvements.
Huge improvement from Ellie. And you can see by watching her bowl, too.
Yeah. Luke looking to get the double.
It looks like she has practiced and worked really hard. Looked good from Luke. Great ball.
And there he goes missing on the left-hand side again. But big double for Luke there. Ellie with that strike in the fourth frame, is doing what she needs to do as well. So putting that pressure on Luke. Luke's pulling through. Let's see if Vanessa can keep the run going here.
Oh.
A little bit. Top.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got a bit of a slow reaction there on the screen.
There you go. We're starting to see some of these triples kind of show up on the scoreboard here, so it's making it a little bit easier to calculate now.
Yeah.
Little miss spare there for Vanessa. Still a great start. It's going to be over that 120 mark after 4 frames, so 300 pace is always ideal. 127 after 4, so she's got a little bit of a lead against Dylan there in the 4th spot for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Let's see if we can keep one of these triples alive here from the Newfoundland team. Carter's been averaging well from the stats, if I'm not mistaken. He's been, I think he was the leading average for the men's side on the team, anyways, 250, 240, 250 or something like that. So
he's around 246 at the moment. He was
246. So
yes, he was in the 260s, and then had a couple games where it was hard to connect anything together.
There you go. Maybe he's due for a little bounce back game here.
Definitely.
Good start. Triple.
Still hitting the middle. It's just crappy breaks.
Yeah, well, sometimes those games happen, right, where it's just tough to put any strikes together. Earlier on in the stream, we had a couple games where it was like 220, 230 with like one strike. Just a bunch of spares, just took a kind of a clean game, right? But like it didn't like blow us away, but it was just a clean, solid 230 game.
For sure.
Sometimes you get into those, right?
Carter is not the one to start to feel, oh, woe is me, the pins aren't going. He'll keep punching at it, keep going until they do fall for him, and they eventually will. They always do.
I have to just comment on Cody here. So from my watching this correctly, he's like a two-handed bowler.
He is.
Interesting. I like how that works. He looks like he's got good control over it, a good release on it. You don't see that too much in 5-pin bowling, right? Kind of the two-handed
That's more
approach.
of a 10-pinner.
Yeah, exactly, right?
He gets so much speed on the ball.
Yeah. Maybe that would just be, personally, I'm just, again, contemplating myself, whatever, it'd be such like a timing issue and kind of like a movement thing that would probably throw me off the most. But from his, just from him doing it, it seems like it's controlled to an extent, kind of thing. It just seemed maybe be a little fast on the feet, stuff like that. But I think he's got it pretty well done. It's just interesting to see, and that's what I love about bowling. I love kind of looking at everybody's kind of different styles, right? There's no wrong way of doing it. It's whatever works for you, man.
I would like to see how both hands being on the ball at release changes the rotation for him.
Yeah.
Because it's.
But look at this. Look at this too. 16, 850, 338.
Yeah. The dominant hand, the right, but obviously uses that left hand to guide and support.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. So 78. So yeah, Cody's in the lead at the top spot there, 78-69. So Alex still well within reach for that match. Abby's got a little bit of a lead there with her hot start. Luke running it out on the other side and yelling at something. Turkey for Luke.
Luke is thanking the bowling gods.
Love to see the excitement. Let's see if Ellie can answer here.
That looked good to me. Oh my.
Oh, and she gets that late ball.
She gets it.
She looks back with a surprised look on her face too. So great answer from Ellie there to stay close to Luke here. Still holding the lead with that double now.
Yeah, that's great to see from Ellie.
And Vanessa there too, coming back from her chop kind of missed spare there with another great shot for a strike.
Oh, just missed by Dylan.
So Dylan's going to be trailing a little bit against Vanessa here as well. Vanessa off to that hot start. So still important for team points. Carter got roasted there. That corner looked like it was halfway on the gutter, I think.
I was like 100% sure my eyeballs saw that pin go down.
Yeah, that was wild. That was an unfortunate break there for Carter. Great shot. See if he can get the half here.
Was totally confused by his reaction. What do you mean? The pin's down?
What do you mean it's there?
Yeah. How does that not go? For real? Great frame from Newfoundland. Let's see if Amy can put up another mark here for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. A little bit of a struggle for Dylan there the last couple frames. So not sure if coach will be looking for a pull, if they have anybody available on the bench there. They haven't made their pull yet. So, it's maybe something they'll be looking at. See if Amy can spare it up here at the bottom spot. Stay again. Anybody can throw a couple strikes here. It can go either way. So
for sure. And with 299 high single, 633 high triple at 15, she can definitely throw the strikes. So
she can throw strikes. All these kids can.
Anyone can turn it around at any time here.
The complexion of a bowling match changes so quickly on a dime.
It can, yeah.
Especially at this level, right? These are all, provincial champions, right? So they've had to shoot, triples, quad, ham bones, whatever you want to call them. They've all done it. So we know they can do it again. So obviously, they're off to a little bit of a slow start here after 5 frames. Let's hope they can pick it up in the second half here and try to get some individual points, maybe make a run at total here. Miss from Alex. Seemed to be going a little faster. Seemed a little bit not square at the line there, so left drifted it off to the right. It's all good. You got to pick up your pins here for the team, and hopefully somebody will be that spark for the team. Sometimes when you get into these situations, everybody tries to be the answer, and they press and they try to, they want to be that person to lead their team when they just got to go. I think that's our first pull here, eh? I think Alex got pulled and Hunter is going in.
Oh yes, I see. Okay.
So
it's a good time.
So yes, good time. Obviously, he was struggling a little bit. Alex at the top there. You can see he was getting a little bit frustrated. Change a little mojo of the team here. Get Hunter in for his for a little one shot kind of warm up here, and now the rest of the team hopefully can relax. Because that's something else that sometimes you worry about as a bowler, is that when everybody's struggling, you don't want to get pulled, right? And that's a dynamic in these type of events that when everybody's struggling, well, you always think that the hook is could be any shot kind of thing, right? So you press, and now that the pull is finally done, now the rest of the team can kind of focus on on finishing this game, saying you're in, figure it out. The coach has trusted you. Let's get her done, kind of thing.
That's
right?
off. It's off your mind. It's in your hand.
Yeah. So Addie there, great spare. Got to get some marks up on the board. That's all you can ask for. Let's see if Ellie can stay in her match here with Luke. Put some pressure on Luke. Little turkey action.
Oh,
nice. That was
shot.
That was a no doubter. Back up right into that left pocket.
A huge shot by Ellie and forces Luke to make a shot here.
Forces him to match because Luke is actually trailing because he's at 68 after 3 and she's at 71. So advantage Ellie all the way through. If they were to both strike out, Ellie wins by 3. So if Ellie keeps striking, that's all she can do. There you go. Great shot from Dylan.
Another great shot over on the Nova Scotia, New Brunswick side.
See, coaches makes the pull at the leadoff spot there. Then we go spare, strike, strike. Let's see if Amy can keep the momentum going here for Nova Scotia. Now that they can just kind of freewheel here.
All these bowlers on Team Nova Scotia and New Brunswick have great fundamentals, and so should they choose to keep bowling into adulthood, they're going to be hard to beat.
They will be, yeah. I mean, we talk about it all the time, even on podcast, just for all of our youth players and how we have such a huge talent pool coming up. Newfoundland and Labrador, you guys have been doing a great job of fostering some of that talent in your late YBC years and getting them involved with all the amazing things you're doing out there. There's just so many amazing opportunities for our youth players across the country now to be able to help get them to that adult level and keep them engaged in the sport.
Because I honestly grew up not knowing there was adult bowling. And if I had known, I don't know how things would have changed. I mean, I don't regret my past as a bowler, but these bowlers, I just can't imagine my life being the way that these bowlers had it 15 years ago when I was in YBC.
Yeah.
And the game has definitely changed, right? And you're seeing youth get involved in the competitive youth, right? Not everybody wants to be a competitive 5-pin bowler, and that's okay, right? Everybody can make their choices and stuff like that. But I think there's a lot of, and I think the exposure, that all these events have are bringing the competitive nature of the sport to the forefront. And people are starting to realize that, like, wow, like you guys are, it's fun to watch. It's fun to follow. And it's, you guys do, and it's competitive, just like anything else, right? Other people think that their hockey's competitive or their basketball, soccer, whatever sport you might want to play, but that bowling can be just competitive, and you can travel the country to do this sport just like any other sport.
Exactly.
So it's that's the exposure that we need. But I find as a bowler, like I've been lucky enough to be able to travel literally coast to coast, like from Newfoundland to BC, and I always tell a lot of my other buddies that were, in hockey growing up or whatever, I'd be like, yeah, so well, I was able to travel across the country, meet people from across the country, and have good friends all over the place, and doing a sport that I love. And then a lot of these, a lot of my friends, have never left the province, or have maybe only went to Quebec or something like that, right? So they don't realize that bowling is a Canadian thing, it's across the country, and it's a really a big community. So yeah, it's a different feel.
It's easy to take
mushy.
It's easy to take for granted, and I think it's worth pointing out that bowling has an advantage over many other sports in the fact that it's just so accessible. Like, it doesn't take a specific type of body to bowl. There's no disadvantage to you if you're built one way, or like you don't need to work out any more than anyone else. You just need to figure out how your shot works and throw your shot.
Right.
It's not expensive.
I think bowling is just more of an inclusive sport. Right. It's unfortunately, I'm not going to badmouth any particular sport, but sometimes they're just, you got to be a certain set to go into, and bowling is very inclusive. And we see it in our sport so many different, and it's so unique. No one's got the same style. There's no right or wrong, play and stuff like that, right? Just do whatever works for you and just be happy and do your thing, right? And there's so many successful bowlers in our game, legends of the game, and they all have their own style. There's no one that you can really say that is exactly the same.
Yes.
And that's what I love about bowling. It's a uniqueness. You can be from any shape, way, or life kind of thing, or whatever. It's always a bowling joke, whatever. Some bowlers are a little bit bigger. I'm a bigger guy, but I'm a competitive bowler, right? I can still compete. I don't need to be, working out 7 days a week kind of thing. So it's good to be. It's fun to be competitive. Everybody's got a little bit of competitive spirit in them, and that's what I like to see from these kids out here too, right? Is just to build that competitive nature and then make those big shots and see the smiles on their face at the end of the day. Because like Chantel here said, it's in the chat, the youth is the future of our sport. So we got to expose them to that and expose the competitive, bowlers that we have in our country.
Ellie puts up a massive count to
get
quite a bit ahead of Luke now.
Luke with that open frame there really kind of created some distance for himself, a little bit of a hill that he'll have to climb here in the last 3 frames to make up that at least like 40 sticks now that he's down. So Vanessa again, solid there. It's a solid game. Triple, chop, miss spare, strike, corner spare, strike. It's pretty solid there. 187 after 6.
Yeah.
And Carter looking to back that up. That bottom 2 is just really playing well together here and kind of feeding off each other, it seems like. So there we go. Little slider to the left. Did he have the little finger point there too?
Looked like
there was a little point there.
Yeah, it was, eh? There you go. I love it.
Almost every single bowler in this tournament wrote in their press passes that one of the highlights they get from bowling is the friendships they make across the country. And I just got distracted. Hold on.
Are you reading the chat? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was just reading chat and I saw, someone's on 2 kids on 7 in a row. Okay. 2 kids on 7 in a row. Okay.
We don't want anybody to stray from our stream, but there is 2 7-baggers from the gun on stream 2, both on the same team, Nathan and Michaela.
Oh, wow.
So if you want to head over to stream 2, Alberta's posting up a big number on stream 2. They have 1,000 over after 7 frames. So just a monster game for them going on right now. So if anybody does want to chime in, that's pretty fun to watch as well. But you like us better, so you'll just stay here. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can open a second.
You can
tab.
run both tabs. That's all.
Run both tabs. Mute the second stream so we get the view.
So Amy there getting her 13 count, so 99. A little bit of a struggle here. So Ellie kind of the only point kind of available right now for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Obviously 3 frames left. The top spot here is another kind of close match here for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick that they could potentially take now that Hunter is coming in off the bench. Wide left seemed to know it right away.
Did something come off the wall and hit the head pin there?
Did it?
Oh,
I didn't even notice that.
Interesting.
Cody there with a double. So he's kind of taking control of that match now. He'll be sitting at 138. Abby with another great shot
Abby's there. Just super solid today.
Good spare from Hunter there at the top spot.
Abby Tiller today threw 253, 242, 269, and now here she is with 163 in the 6th on a double.
I love the consistency. That's great.
Yeah.
So great scores there too, right? 16 years old and almost a 900 triple, 381, throwing them soft rolls. Great half there from Addie. trying to figure out the last half of the game there. Started off slow after 5 frames, but a little spare action there, kind of bring her pinfall up a little bit.
Yes, that team is certainly stronger second half right now than they were looking in the first half.
Putting a lot more marks there. Wow, Luke didn't run off the screen. Great shot.
Wow, Ellie is just right on the pocket every shot. And whether the right corner goes is based on probably the specific millimeter she hits, but really, really great game so far by Ellie. Every ball where she wants it to go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and just misses that corner spare.
Still in control of that match.
Yeah.
So so even if Luke gets the next 2, he'd still be about 20 some pins behind. So still advantage Ellie in that spot for sure. Good half there from Vanessa, keeping those 30 counts going. Katie doing a great job with the running total there at the bottom there, 967, 667. So it looks like Nova Scotia and New Brunswick will be looking to kind of potentially salvage a couple individual points here maybe. Need some big finishes here. Great shot from Dylan.
Ellie is coming off 157, 173, and 250, and she's 230 now. So
another big one.
Another big one based on her press. Looks like she's having a really good couple of games right now.
And it doesn't help that Newfoundland is throwing fire right now too. Like we're talking about Alberta at 1,000 after 7. Well, we're at nearly 997 after 8 with 3 doubles working and 2 other marks.
Yeah. So this one's going to be a massive game as well.
They're posting a big number here. We don't have no flashy 7-baggers, but a big score here nonetheless. It's a little bit unfortunate for Nova Scotia. Sometimes you get those teams that are kind of running hot. We kind of saw that in our last game too, but it was kind of they both got hot. They were both playing really well, but Manitoba was able to kind of stick around and make it close. Still shot 1,300 and lost to a 1,350 from. Losing my mind here from Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan, yeah.
So big matches. We're seeing some big scores here.
The kids have come to play today.
Fortunately for Nova Scotia, it's a little bit of a tough one, this one here. And hopefully they can get some confidence going into the last game. Again, there is positioning for the consolation side and maybe even just trying to find your line or figure something out for that consolation round tomorrow kind of thing, right? And then make a run and potentially get yourself that consolation medal. So
yeah,
still something for all these kids to play for. Love to see that excitement there from Hunter. Great shot, great 30 count.
He's happy he threw that one.
Well, I think he came in the 6th frame and he go head pin chop strike, so like not a terrible off the bench. Doing his job, hitting the middle, and trying to spark up the team a little bit.
Yes, each carry after the last one was better.
Yeah, Cody there with a nice solid count on his double, 43 counts, spares it up, 166 after 8. So, and again, that, if we're talking numbers, Hunter and Alex at the top there are not out of their match. They max out at 205. So if something crazy does happen on Cody's side, it's still a possibility for Hunter to come in and steal that match.
Well, if Cody punches and Hunter.
Well, that's what I was saying, but you can't say that, Mitch. You got to read between the lines. You can't. That's the commentator's curse.
Well,
it's all good. It's all good, Mitch.
I'm new to commentating. It's the first time I'm being called out for that.
No, it's all good, man. It's we're having fun here. It's but that's definitely it. Hey, there's worse things that can happen. It can be like a 3-pin hole. We've seen it before, right? Like
in my defense, I'm cursing my own team.
You're cursing your own team.
Yeah, I said
if Ellie a little bit of a rough frame here. Luke can get this strike and get right back into his match here too. Oh, he throws the ball.
And he does.
Oh, and Ellie goes down the hole again. So just 6 that frame while Luke gets a double. So very interesting.
Technically, if they both bag out, Luke wins. So it's the game is in Luke's hands now. So unfortunate kind of stumble there for Ellie, but hopefully she can finish off strong and force Luke to do something at least.
A little quick for Dylan that time, in my opinion.
Yeah, hopefully he can pick up his spare here for the 30 count. Vanessa's, kind of running away with this one, unfortunately, from the individual standpoint, and total seems to be out of hand now. So it's just about, these games are tough, right?
Yeah,
we've all been in those situations, and it's tough to finish them out. So these kids are trying. They're trying to get through it. Sometimes you just want to hide, right? It's not easy. We've been in those situations as well. Great shot from Carter there, Turkey, and it's not easy, right? You can see it from their body language. They're a little frustrated, but they're athletes. They're here to win, and when you're struggling like that as a team, it's not easy. So keep your heads up, kids, and try to find something for the next game. Try to keep the morale up. You're still playing tomorrow, regardless what happens today. So hopefully you just kept your best for last, kind of thing, and keep your chins up.
Puts one down the hole.
She looks like
you can tell they're a little bit frustrated. They're sad.
Yeah.
I get it. We've all been in those shoes. And we just as coaches, this is where kind of coaches come in, kind of thing, right? And they got to try to keep that team morale up. And as much as they're frustrated, and it'd be something to look back on and say, it's a learning experience, right? Even if you're struggling, but the importance is to keep looking a little bit ahead, right? There's still another game to go today, and there's still bowling happening tomorrow. So you want to show up for your teammates here. So mentally, everybody's kind of grip tight. I was hoping Hunter was going to get the first one here, just to give something,
Make it real close.
make it interesting potentially, right?
Yeah.
yes, yeah. That was unfortunate at that time.
So tough off the break, but Cody gets the strike anyway, so wouldn't have mattered. But the penny maybe added a little bit of pressure if Cody was watching. But great game from Cody here. It's going to be you see his kind of little 4 to 6 frame, kind of little open frame streak there. But he was all over the middle, just couldn't make his spares on his chops. But otherwise, fairly clean with strikes and corner spares. So.
Currently in my head about the curse that I enacted on these teams right now.
Doesn't want to say anything.
It literally went opposite to the way I was thinking, which I guess is the curse, isn't it? Look at it. Oh my goodness. Great game. Great. It's a great finish by Cody.
Yeah, it is. He's going to get to almost a 230 there.
Yeah, 230 after having 90 and 6 is a hell of a finish, right? Double corner spare strike chop. That's a great.
I would take that any day.
130 pins over a 4-frame stretch. That's
she gets it to go.
great job, Addie. Playing Newfoundland and getting the Newfie strike. Is that what they call that?
I think they call it that.
I think I heard that somewhere. See, they even marked it as a strike on the second ball.
She does deserve it. It's the same shot.
Exactly. She's still going. She needs a full re-rack here for Addie. She'll be throwing on her spare here, trying to get that 30 count, trying to get to that 181. Abby is just again that steady game, right? She's going to shoot a 264 here, potentially 266. And you were mentioning her other games that were all, 240 to 260 range. So right super on average for the day. Yeah, super steady. Good game, 266. So 2 points for Newfoundland for the first 2 bowlers. We'll see if Luke can, probably needs, a decent count on the first shot to have a chance here. And hopefully Ellie will bounce back from her 9th frame here and force Luke to post some strikes here. A big shot for Luke too, from a standing perspective too. Like this, if he strikes out, that gives the Newfoundland's looking at 8 points, and in the standings, Newfoundland was in 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. So an 8-point win here would be huge.
Yeah, Newfoundland was in 3rd with 38, Ontario in 2nd with 42. So 4 points back on 2nd and 5.5 back on 1st.
So Luke gets a great count here, so he looks a little fired up. I don't know if he's angry or happy, but if he can spare strike this, it would force Abby to double or force her to get 30 to push the match. So got to regroup here. It was a great shot, left the right corner. He's got to regroup and make this spare here. His spare ties up Ellie after 9.
Ellie
Good
right back
spare.
on.
There.
Oh, kickback from Ellie there.
Kickback for Ellie. Wow.
Yeah, kickback on that right deuce. So now that evens up the mark. So now if she throws a second one, it would shut Luke out.
So they're essentially tied now with 2 balls for Ellie, 1 ball for Luke.
Exactly.
Another great ball by Ellie. Look at it.
Oh, just bounced over the front of that 3-pin. Or that 2-pin, sorry. So now Luke can strike here to force Ellie to get this spare to tie. But I think Luke is waiting. Or is he watching? Or did coach just tell Ellie to back off? What happened? Is this going?
You're gonna
down?
have a standoff?
Who's gonna show up on the range?
This is how
Luke's going. Luke's going for it. Gonna put the pressure on Ellie.
Their season.
Extra breath.
They've been playing this format for 2 days now. They know when to take the time and when to.
Oh, he got it. So guaranteed a half point. Let's see if Ellie can take the other half.
It was 3 clutch balls in the 10th frame for Luke. He needed all 3 of those to go.
Yeah, he got tapped. He got tapped on the first one too, but on the first shot too. But he regrouped, made the spare, and then shot the nuke there at the end to force Ellie to tie. So let's see if Ellie can tie it up here for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
She's 50-50 right now on her right corner pins.
Oh, I don't think that's going to get there.
No, wide lefts. So unfortunate for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. It looks like it's going to be an 8-0 sweep from Newfoundland here. But great game from Ellie, 264. Nothing wrong with that for herself. So great job from her. Ran into a bit of a heater here against Newfoundland too. Like this is a hell of a game, and they're still they're running total 1306 at the bottom there. So that's an impressive score. This is like the second or third or fourth 1300 that we see on this stream alone. Like today, I think we had BC at the first one or something like that. We had 2 the last game. Now we have 1 this game. We're seeing some really some great scores from some of the teams out here.
And this is going to be Newfoundland's biggest game so far of the tournament. They've shot essentially. How many games so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is game 8. So out of 7 games, they hit bowled so far. They hit essentially bowled 5 1200s, a 10, and a 1250. So this 13 will make up for the 10, and they'll be averaging right around 1200 after this game.
Unreal.
Great bowling.
Good finish there from Dylan. He went strike, spare, strike in 8, 9, 10 there. So brought his game up to 189. So, after struggling, at the halfway mark at 74, kind of had a much better second half. Most of the team had a better second half. Even Addy from 59 to 168. So that's a much better second half. Dylan 74 to 189.
Yeah.
So some of them had a much better half for sure. Carter's posting a big number here. Potential 350, 344 with another great shot here. $334 it is. Good spot. Great game alert.
Oh, great game alert.
Great game alert. Look at that.
Yeah, great game alert. So great game from Newfoundland. 1379, taking all 8 points. Fortunate for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, but hopefully, they will finish off their last game strong, get a little bit of momentum heading into the consolation round tomorrow for them. And, we wish them the best there. And Newfoundland, hopefully they can make a push in getting into that championship round.
Yeah, Newfoundland been playing great, so it must be your commentating. Not too many curses out there. And
that was my first one of the tournament.
The first one. Okay, so then you're doing pretty good.
I just won't say that word anymore.
Fair. But good luck in the next match. One more to go today, and then we will be into tomorrow's finals. So
Yes.
thank you so much for joining and giving us a little bit of the Newfoundland touch, and we'll see you later.
And thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm having a lot of fun.
Amazing.
Thanks, Mitch. See you.
right, everybody, welcome back. It is the final match of the day, the last one to determine who's going to be in the championship side, who's going to be in the consolation round. We have a match now against British Columbia and Manitoba. Joining us from BC is Kayla, and Cam is back from Manitoba with Al Paquette.
I made it back just in time.
Just in time, just under the wire. Last couple games, how have they been for your teams?
Yeah, so far so well. The team had a tough one earlier in the day, but they've rallied from that and meshing well and are, focused on getting those marks and cleaning the sticks up.
Amazing. And Cam?
Yeah, Team Manitoba, we've had a tough day today, only collecting 5 points, but we still are averaging for the 4 games today about 240. So we haven't bowled bad, but we ran up against 2 buzzsaws. Obviously, you saw the results of the last game. Alberta setting a record of 16:07 for their 5 games. So it was something to watch as a commentator. And, you got a feel for the team, but they still shot the 12:04.
That's right. And hopefully they can come out this game just firing as well.
Yeah, I think we're sitting 6th, 5 points back, I believe.
Believe so, yeah. I believe so.
Yeah, this is close. Big game here. British Columbia sitting in first place going into the last game. So all eyes will be on what BC does. And then Manitoba, well, they're going to be trying to get into that championship round, right? They're going to need a win if they want to have any chance of catching Saskatchewan. So they're going to need to win and some help to get there. So yeah, be a pretty important match for both teams.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, we will bring in the lanes, get them going, and then we can go over some lineups. All right. We'll give them the cue that they are ready to go. And then we'll bring up the lineups here for both our teams. We'll start with BC.
Yeah, so on our girls' side, we've got Kira from Black Diamond, Brianna from Castle Bowl, Addison out of Lakeside Bowling. On the boys' side, all coming from Poco Bowl, we have Nick, Gavin, and Evan. And then coaches, we do have Karen and Jason, and we're competing out of Lincoln Lanes and Vernon today.
Amazing. Over to the Manitoba side.
Yes, and for Team Manitoba, we have Jillian LaMonica from St. James Lanes, Cadence Madden from Minnedosa Bowl, Sadie Olson from Rossmere Lanes, and competing with the boys was Maxim Gibson of Dakota Bowling Lanes, Noah Brown from Dakota Bowling Lanes, and Ethan Blackburn from Polo Park Bowling Center. And coaches still going strong. Grant Spack, Rossmere Lanes, and Debbie Tarn from Minnedosa Bowl.
Amazing.
We can't forget about these coaches. All the time that they put in to accompany these kids to these events is just amazing, and you can't pull this off without them. So we might not be talking a lot about the coaches, but big props to all the coaches out there that have been here throughout the year, and that that allows these kids to be here. So thank you.
Yes, and as well, if for us that do coach as well, the coach throws every ball just like the athlete does.
Yeah,
that's
it's
for
not
sure.
an easy
Sometimes
job.
it's harder coaching than it is bowling.
Yes.
So is this the same lineup that Manitoba had last game against that massive 1600 from Alberta?
No, we did a change. Cadence is going to start in the 3rd slot, and Sadie Olson will now sit on the bench. And that's the only change that Manitoba has.
Amazing. And then BC, is this kind of the lineup they've been rolling with all day?
Yeah, fairly close to it. Kira did come in at the kind of mid to end point of last game, so she's going to continue in that spot she came in on.
Amazing. Little bit of a wild start for Evan there.
Yeah.
This is the second game that we actually get to commentate for both BC and Manitoba. We had BC, I believe, in the first game out of the gate today, and they came out swinging and shot a 1,300, if I'm not mistaken. So they were playing well. Clearly, have played well the rest of the day, holding their first place position in the standings. So clearly playing well. And even Manitoba, the last match, I think it was just 2 matches ago, they played Saskatchewan, shot a 1,300 and lost. So they've been a little bit of a whipping stick today, I think you can call it, unfortunately for Manitoba, but clearly still playing very well.
Yes, it's been something commentating the game against Saskatchewan 2 games ago. We had one of the girls opened up with 7 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last game, the top 2 for Alberta opened up both with 7 in a row this time.
Geez, so you've had 3 7-baggers thrown at you in 2 games.
So we're looking at Addison or Brianna from BC now. Can maybe start rattling off some strikes.
And then Addison just came off a big game too, right?
She did. She beat her all-time high last game. She also had 7 in a row there with the 371 finish.
And Addison is 13?
13, yeah.
13 years old. Unreal.
She's been bowling absolutely fantastic this weekend.
I was looking at the stats, and I think she's at just over 270 now. And she had started the day at 260, and we were blown away. And now she's at even increased that to over 270. So just unreal bowling. Yeah. 13 years old on a national stage. Unreal.
Yep, that is a pleasure to watch and to hear.
Yeah. Great pick by
solid,
Max.
Solid frames. 4 marks for Manitoba, 3 for BC. So still, still early, obviously, in this match. But this is obviously a big game, and looking at the standings, there's so many possibilities, but they all kind of tie into this match with BC at the top and Manitoba for that consolation spot, and they are the last spot on the championship side. So. It's these are big matches for both these teams.
Yes, BC having a 2.5-point lead, I believe it is, over Newfoundland now, Labrador.
Yes.
Yeah, Newfoundland coming off back-to-back 8-point games and just shot a monster on our last stream as well. They were at about 1,400, so they're playing very well the last couple games. So gotten themselves right back into the running for that number 1 seed.
Yes. Yeah.
So very, very interesting, very exciting. It'll be interesting to see how everybody keeps track of this. If everybody's got 5 monitors up with 5 different streams, trying to keep up with what's going on, basically across the bowling alley kind of thing, right? So it's an interesting dynamic that is not, normal for a national level competition. Obviously this is not the end goal. We don't want this kind of moving forward, but this is an interesting dynamic that they're going to have to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think most of the youth that are playing in this that have watched the Pro League play, that now it's the same format as the Pro League plays. So I would imagine the most of the youth that are playing right now are quite excited about this format.
Yeah. The one thing with the Pro League, it's 1 match at a time, right? But here, there's 8 other teams that are kind of competing, right? And you can't see them, kind of thing. You can't hear what's going on, or you can't see what's going on. And in this case, you would need to have another TV, right, or another screen to watch what's going on there, right? Yeah. So it's a little bit different for sure. But it's super neat. I'm excited from a commentator standpoint. So this is exciting.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride being able to see everybody go back and look at those wild games. As a commentator stuck on one stream, you hear about things happening on other ones. So in the break, you're like going over and checking out what happened, which is always nice.
Yeah, we're seeing some great scores out there. So it's from across the board, from all the different provinces. So it's nice to see.
Yeah. The kids are, making the most of it. They miss getting to meet those new faces from the other provinces, but there's been some I know the BC team who've said it's a lot less stressful,
right?
That they can focus on their game. They're focusing on, their teammates,
Yeah, the BC's playing well again. Another 4-mark frame here. I don't know if it's the background noise, but it sounds like there's a hell of a crowd in BC right now. Because yeah, that's great. It's great to see that they get the support and a little bit of that feel to get the crowd and build off that energy, right? And obviously, the crowd probably knows the standings as well. I'm wondering if the team knows. That's another dynamic. Do the kids know? Right? Are they watching the
believe
standings?
most of them do. Maybe
Yeah.
one or two who aren't maybe following as closely as what others would be. But they kind of know where they are at.
Yeah, usually when you're playing well as a bowler, you kind of have an idea as to where you're standing,
Yeah.
right? So, you don't need to know, but you know that every shot's important, right? So it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Yep, Manitoba just came out with throwing 5 marks to
Manitoba's playing really well. They only have the one open frame from Maxim at the bottom there in the first frame. So great start. 9 out of 10 for sure.
Yeah. We'll just take a quick second to check out these standings after game 8. So top 4 are pretty much, that's kind of figured out. Maybe not necessarily the order of them because there is still quite a bit of bunching up there.
Any of the top 4 can finish at the top, right? So
it's so close with 45, 45, 46, and 48 and a half. So this game, there's so much riding on this game when it comes to positioning on that step ladder. That 5th spot, that's the one that's going to be kind of up for grabs between Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So this is a big game for Team Manitoba right now. They're going to need that.
If you look back, Manitoba needs, help from Ontario to basically beat Saskatchewan. But then Ontario is vying for that first place, so everybody's playing for something. Like it's just it's crazy.
Yeah. So lots of movement still able to happen here as we get into that final 7 frames.
Look at BC here. Look at that 3 strikes in that 3rd frame. Yeah. See if Addison can follow it up here. Look at this.
She does.
Unreal. So a little blip from Ethan there with the 3-pin, throws a good second shot, but doesn't convert the spare. So, he'll be falling behind a little bit on Gavin here after 3 frames, but still, 60, 61 after 3. That's some, a little bit of work to do, but not out of it by any means.
We'll see Brianna's shot, and that's a 2-pin just was a little stubborn.
Yeah.
A little bit of a split here, but if she can pin it out, she'll still be at around that kind of 75 mark, which will kind of force Max to get some marks up there to catch up to her. So still a great start for Brianna.
Yeah.
Plugs the 3-pin there. And when the rest of the team ahead of you has got a bunch of strikes and a double working, that head pin doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah,
for sure.
Pick up your pins, move on. Your team will pick you up.
Yeah.
Gets the count over on that second ball.
Yeah.
So 13-77. So Manitoba's going to have a couple open frames here to start the 3rd. So still the bottom 3 to working on strikes here. So hopefully they can capitalize on that. A couple doubles working actually for Cadence and Noah. So, potential, 45 counts can go up there so they can increase their total pretty quick, even though it's showing about a 70-pin gap right now. Manitoba can technically take the lead with a couple good shots coming up.
Yep, with the 2 doubles still counting up.
It's all right. I put Jillian at 60. So, just still in her match against Kira there. So, it's still a one or 2 frame game, so it can go either way. Still very, very early on. No one's running away with anything.
Yeah.
Cadence here needs to kind of keep up with Evan now that Evan's got that double working there. So important shot here for a good count from Cadence and for the team too after those 2 opens here. Yeah, spark. Yeah, just a little wide left.
Yeah, I think she sat in the 3rd game today. Lost her confidence, but she came back in the last game, and the double start would surely make her feel comfortable, and she spared it up. So that's a good start for Cadence.
Yeah, good. Throws a good aggressive little backup shot there, and it seems pretty consistent. And she seems pretty, kind of solid at the line too. So good, good mechanics on her bowling there. So it's clearly good start for her.
Yep, 202 average is what she's averaging in her league play.
Yeah, good. That's good average. Noah, you can tell that one kind of just slipped right out of his hand or something there. So
Yeah.
regroup, spare it up, minimize the damage, get the count here. Still, still in your match against Addison. Team total is still, only 30 pins. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize with turkeys there, but Katie's fingers are hurting from using those turkey emoticons or whatever.
I'd love to get bowling on stream 4 today.
That's what I'm saying. Like we've seen at least 4 or 5. I think 4, like 1,300 team totals. So we've seen a lot of good totals there. So it's been good.
Oh yes, yeah. Watching the last 2 games that we had commented, it's been fantastic to watch. All these youth from the, even though it's the opposition team, but still watching it is just fantastic. When you can watch 7 in a row from the start, it is something to see.
Yeah. Good bowling is good bowling, no matter who's throwing it.
That is very correct.
You can watch our young athletes as young as 13 years old be able to post up numbers that would rival any adult bowler, any elite bowler kind of thing, right? This is our youth. Our youth is so good. It's so good, and they don't get the spotlight as much as as others. So it's good that these youth are getting this exposure because there's a lot of talent out here. There's a lot from all provinces.
And
it's unreal, and maybe it's an eye opener for me personally as well, because I don't tend to follow YBC too much. It's bad on me and stuff like that. But there's obviously a few names you see, but then you're seeing a lot of these other names kind of pop up, and you're seeing more and more of these names averaging 240, 250 at these national events. Those are some big scores,
Yes, when you get the the youth challenge when it's all in one center. Usually your team only gets to be on TV usually just once, same as the YBC Nationals. But in this format, the way we're doing it this year, you get to be on TV for every shot.
Yeah.
So the fans at home or the family members at home and even the new watchers that are watching, you get to follow the same team over and over again, which is good for the watching at home.
Well, and right now we have 51 viewers on stream 4 watching along with us live.
Are we leading all the streams?
I don't know that.
We should find out. We should be stream number 4 should be the number 1 stream today.
It should be. Oh, I can find out. So stream 4 right now has 51. Stream 1 has 31. Oh, stream 2 has 65.
Stream 2.
Stream 5 has 60. And 31.
Okay, we won't talk about streaming numbers, but the fact that we got 30, 50, 60, 60, over 4 or 5 streams, that means we got 200 to 300 people from across the country kind of tuning in live for this. So this is pretty cool exposure.
It is, yeah. And after looking at numbers a little bit last night, our live numbers anywhere between that 35, 65 range, but by the end of last night when I went to bed, most of the streams had over 1,000 views on them. So somebody had gone on 1,000 times throughout the day on each stream.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Great exposure for our youth players.
Yeah.
For our youth players and our sport. To put our sport in any limelight, it always seems to start with the kids, right? So if the kids aren't interested in bowling, when it comes to sponsorship opportunities and stuff like that, a lot of companies, like to support kids. They love to support active. And if we can show that bowling is a competitive sport and that kids are involved and kids are loving it and they're competing at a high level, let's get behind them and help them grow our game. It'll just grow exposure of bowling in general.
Well, that's the fantastic part about being on YouTube. You can watch it at any hour. If you're a night hawk or an early morning riser, you can watch all the replays.
Yeah.
And stay involved at your own leisure, your own time frame.
And this is great for even from a coaching perspective too, right? You go through you go through a full day of tournament. Now you're getting ready for championship round or something like that. You go back on some of your games. You have raw footage where you can actually go back and look at and see things that you might not have noticed in the heat of the moment or something like that. So
or even as a bowler, I've used the live streams before to go back and say, like, what am I doing wrong? I feel all over the place. And then you can kind of pinpoint something that maybe you don't feel in your approach, but you can see.
Yeah, it's a great tool to have. And I think live streaming is coming a long way from, the last 5+ years. Obviously technology has helped that. But just from an interface user perspective, like how nice of a setup is this with the bowling scoreboards, the graphics, that's exactly what we need. And I'm a big proponent of that when it comes to the sport is the marketing side of things. And if we can put out a good production, like, with the help of the Five Pin Universe or with the help from our different various associations, we can market five pin bowling just like any other sport kind of thing. And starting to, you can tell that it's getting better. And I think we're heading in the right direction here. We're taking it more seriously, it seems like, and it's working really well.
Yeah.
So are you saying that my VHS tapes wouldn't work on YouTube right now?
I that can transform it to a digital format for you, but no, unfortunately, you can't plug in your VHS into your computer anymore.
Oh, the technology. I wish I had this technology when I was young.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen some of those videos kind of thing, right? From back in those days. I've heard nothing but crazy stories about, bowling back in the day, how it was from a competitive standpoint. And it would definitely be fun to see some of that stuff on live stream.
I think it's a great opportunity for those bowlers too who haven't had the opportunity to bowl an event like this. There's not many events anymore for the youth that they get to experience, how the subs work and how important that team total is.
Yeah, exactly right. It's all about, everybody wants to bowl well, but at the end of the day, it is a team game, because if you don't win team totals, you're not going to win this event, unfortunately. So it's the team total aspect is important. Sometimes you can get caught up in getting, for example, Manitoba getting Alberta shooting that 1600 at them. You can get down and out about it pretty darn quick, right? But it's the matter of sticking into the game and trying to finish the game and just really kind of tough it out, try to sneak out potential point here or there kind of thing. But it's try to figure something out for the next game. If you're struggling, right, try to with your last
even for the adult nationals. And I believe back in the day, the team total was only 2 many years ago, and they moved it up to 3. I don't know what year they did, but it's all more that important, right? That team total, that bottom score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
And we've seen it so many times where, a team total can come down to, one ball kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So every time you leave up that, 5 sticks or 10 sticks or you miss that extra, count or something like that, right? That it starts adding up if everybody does it, right? So you got to try to, in this situation, he's got a head pin, probably frustrated, but he got to pick up his extra 10 sticks here. Because he wants to keep that lead on Ethan, and he wants to help his team out at the bottom too. So,
I know for Team Manitoba, the TV that is set up for the fans to watch is in the back of the pit, so the athletes don't see it. We just watched Team Alberta, and I think their TV screen monitor was right beside them, just off the lane. But that's how they positioned it here.
BC would be probably more similar to Alberta in the sense we've got the TV set up on an angle just before the start of the approach of lane 4, so the players can watch, but so can the spectators.
Jillian looking a little frustrated. Third head pin in a row.
Third head pin in a row. And
no, that's not the turkey that you're looking for.
Not the turkey she's looking for.
We don't have no emojis for that. I asked earlier.
No, and I feel her pain.
And Kira there with a big 30 count. So now she's going to take a bit of a lead there again in that Jillian match in the 2 spot there. And Ethan did come up clutch in the 5th frame with that strike after Gavin's head pin. So that'll bridge the gap a little bit for Ethan to get into that match again as well.
She's looking at the coaches.
Looking at the coaches. Yeah, unfortunately, she hasn't been picking up any pins here. She went hip and hole, and now went hip and hole over her last 5 shots. So
they're giving her another one.
Yeah, a lot of pinning needs to be done here. So, but again, she's all over the middle, so you got to give her that. But the coach has got to be thinking that could be a pull potential in that 2 spot.
Yeah.
I have Charmaine in the chat here asking about format for tomorrow. So this is the last game of the round robin qualifying for tomorrow's finals. So the finals tomorrow will be split between a championship bracket, which will be the first 5 teams after the qualifying, and then the consolation bracket, which is the bottom 6 teams, so 6 through 10. And then basically it'll be one game, basically this format.
But 5 and 5 teams in the championship and 5 teams in the consolation, right?
Yeah, so it'll be 4 and 5 in the championship round. We'll play a match, and then the winner moves on. So then they'll place the 3rd place qualifier, and then the winner of that match will play the 2nd place qualifier, and then the winner of that one will move on to the finals to face the 1st place qualifier.
And
same
I believe
thing for the consolation.
But don't quote me. Top place seed needs to be beaten twice.
See, that's why I wasn't sure about the youth challenge.
I will find that out right now.
I know that's kind of open format, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's the same format as the open, then yes, it would be the 1st place qualifier would have to be beaten twice. Which again, an important game for BC as they are currently in 1st place, 2.5 points ahead. So if they can get a team total win here, it would basically secure their 1st place position and a guaranteed silver medal and a chance to only have to play 1 game for a gold medal. So very important to try to get the high seed
on that.
Especially if the 1st seed has the double life. That'll obviously be even that much more important.
No double life. It's just single game.
1 game.
It's a 1 game match.
1 game match
for a gold medal. Okay, it's the 1 game match.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. So finishing in 1st doesn't give you the extra life. However, it does guarantee you a shot in the finals. So you will be playing for the gold medal no matter what. So
amazing. Yeah. Apparently, last year was the year that changed. It used to be a double life if you were the top seed, but the last couple of years it has now been a 1 game final.
Okay.
That means you put all the marbles on the table.
I mean, you still get the advantage finishing 1st that you only have to play 1 game. You don't have to run your way up the stepladder to get to that game. So you still are in an advantage position. So you want to finish as high as you can to avoid having to win multiple matches tomorrow. But
this is kind of like nothing, not a crazy kind of scoring game, but a lot of close matches, total still within striking distance on either side. If one team gets hot, this can really, go either way here, but very close so far through 5 frames. Max, a little power chop there. Yes, power chop is a thing. Looking for the spare here to get within 20 pins of Brianna in the anchor spot here.
That's a good old 30 count.
Yeah, chop spares, the bane of my existence. So
hard to do. Hard shot.
I'm sure we could all have a talk about the chop-offs and important matches right at the end.
No, yes. Well, that's just a little too much adrenaline usually.
Yeah. Gavin looking to get off his couple head pins in a row here. Find the side of the middle again.
Oh, speaking of power chops.
Yeah. Another power chop.
Great shot all over the middle, Gavin. And the first game that we covered from him as well, this was Gavin who had 1 strike for that 230 game or something like that. Just super steady kind of thing, right? Just picking up his spares and high energy guy too. You can tell. See every shot, that's what you want at the leadoff spot.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic lead for us and all over the middle this weekend.
I'll go back to shooting .230 and only throwing 1 strike. That is that's amazing.
Yeah, he was just clean, just lots of spares. I think he had 3 or 4 corner spares and just kept sparing everything and pinning out everything. And just kind of a sneaky little .230 game with 1 strike.
That was a good roller for Kyra, who's got now a double.
Yeah.
Yeah, she played really well the other game as well that we covered. I think she was in the 280, 300 range, I think, in the first game.
Yeah, the 2 of them in those top 2, they are both such great kind of leaders on the team and great energy.
Great shot there from Evan.
Gavin averaging 237 and Kyra averaging 255 today.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
nice, great scoring. Manitoba here needs to get something going here. They only have the 2 spares working now. And Jillian coming off I think 3 hit pins in a row here, so hopefully she can find the side.
She had the 3. Now
all right.
She got a little piece of the middle.
Yeah, found the side here. Let's start with a little corner spare. Get the team going here. Need some marks. A little bit of a lull, it feels like, in the game.
Well, it doesn't take much, especially on a team of 5, right? A couple good shots, couple good marks, and the team can feed all from that. I mean, we're only in the 6th frame, so now you're starting to set things up.
It's go time. It's go time now.
It's go time. Yep.
And these kids can do it. Obviously, we've talked about it earlier. Unfortunately, they haven't been getting many team points, or not because of lack of trying or lack of scoring. They've just been running into some powerhouse teams here. So we know this team can throw a lot of strikes. So I'm not worried about them too much, but be nice to see them make a push here and see how it works out in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
But BC just not giving up either. They want that number 1 seed.
Yeah.
There's a reason they're at the top, and they're clearly showing it.
Yeah. Not letting go of that top spot. They'll do whatever they can to stay there, it looks like.
They're playing well. They're earning it. They're not. It's not being given to them.
No, and they started off today in 1st place as well. So, I mean, they've maintained that top spot all day.
They've had their target on their back all day.
You got to put your hats off to that team, BC, for what they've done right from the start of the day yesterday.
They've just came together so well as a team, and I think that's been a great advantage for them.
Yeah, whenever you can build that team chemistry is a huge kind of factor, especially when it comes to just being in the pit, right? Especially in a virtual setting like this, when you're really have to rely on your team to get that energy and stuff like that, because you're bowling like it looks like a pretty empty bowling alley right now from the other side, right?
I think they've got a birthday party down the other end going right now. They've only been opened at noon today, so.
Oh, yes, the BC time. That's right.
Yeah, so we've had the bowling alley pretty much to ourselves, but great support from the parents, some friends, local bowlers too have came down to support the team.
That's great. No, it's great that you're getting that community support, and you can actually you can hear it through the live stream, and you can see it on the results. Right, the results obviously show that the energy is there. They're playing super well. They got the support. You can hear it on the stream, so that's awesome. Manitoba's putting up a decent frame here. 3 marks coming down the line here. Another bit of a power chop for Max. So you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it seemed like he liked those last 2 shots just a little heavy.
And spares another one.
That's like a double
shot. That is like a double. There are many days that I would take 2 top spares in a row.
Chop spare. Yep.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I know in Manitoba, most of us are close knit. I know Winnipeg is obviously the largest population, and we have some small towns that are maybe an hour and a half away. So we all know each other quite well when we make these kinds of teams. But I think in BC, you have such a wide range in your province. Most of these kids don't ever play together. Am I correct on that?
That is correct. For some of these guys, we're probably an 8-hour drive apart between like Kira and the 3 boys from Hoko.
So I guess you're in your province, BC, you're really concerned about, is the team going to gel together?
Yes, definitely. And
Right.
the fact that these guys have done so well with that when they don't all know each other, play each other very often, has been fantastic. And the support they're giving each other, you know, if someone's having that rough game, they're all there for that person. And then they're able to come back in and find that confidence again.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that even the viewers watching, be it family members or just the viewers that don't really know that, but it makes a big difference, right? When
Yeah.
when one province is so, like, I'm sure Southern Ontario would be probably another example, right?
Yeah.
They're so spaced out. Is the team going to gel together? Where some provinces like us, a smaller one, we don't have to worry about the team gelling. It's a matter of, do they get along together? And, we know that from past history. So it's just something to think of.
Yeah, well, Northern Ontario's in that same boat. I'm from Timmins kind of thing. So
right.
Timmins to Dryden is a 12-hour ride. And then if you're coming from Sudbury, it could be, 14 to 15 hours. That's just Dryden. We got, like some bowlers coming out of, Fort Francis and stuff like that, which is still another 2-3 hours away on top of that. So, geography is always a challenge. And it seems like a lot of provinces.
So it looks like Team Manitoba is going to be making a change. Yep. So Jillian who threw the 5 and a miss. Well, now Sadie will be coming in for the 2-hole. Oh, nice shot by Addison.
Yeah.
She's not a shy girl, is she? She give the old fist bump. I like those fist bumps. One of my favorite moves. The good old fist bump.
Yeah. Even in her bio, she had a cute little saying that, she was coming to kick some butt and, chew bubble gum, and she didn't have bubble gum. So it's all about kicking butt.
Oh, taking names, isn't it?
Yeah. So she took her own little spin on it. And
chewing bubble gum. Oh, that's the wrestler.
Is that a wrestler?
Oh. Isn't that a wrestler? I'm all out of bubble gum.
It could be. Yeah.
That is one of the wrestlers. That
was a great shot from
the guy who always wore the kilt.
Roddy Piper?
Yes. I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't that was wrestling before my day, I think. I just missed out on that era. The Roddy Piper, but great double there from Caden. So she'll take a little bit of a lead over Evan in the 3 spot there, and then Addison and Brianna kind of finished off that frame for BC with a couple nice strikes there to kind of salvage that frame after a couple opens in the middle there. So a little bit of a lead, a little bit of a lead for BC here.
Yep, Caden's throwing the double. That puts her back into it.
Yeah, lots of chops on the Manitoba side here.
We have not seen many of them over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and there's already 4 or 5 on the board here in the first kind of few frames. So,
hang on, let's stop the match. I'll put a little more oil on the lane. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Break.
Where's the commercial break?
Where's the 5P? Where's the 5PU t-shirts? We need a chopped cherry shirt for Noah here. So the open frame for Noah there will kind of give the advantage to Addison with that strike in the 7th. So a little bit of a lead for Addison with the strike working. So again, a lot of individual matches still up for grabs here. Hopefully Max can get off the chop train here and get a nice pocket shot for the 30 count.
There's at least 4 matches still up to grabs here.
And even I didn't see the gap. I always kind of look ahead, so I always hope for Manitoba to move ahead into that 5th spot. But if Manitoba, doesn't win, are they clear? They might want to finish in 6th for the top spot in the consolation side as well, right?
Yes,
is there teams that can potentially like jump them that get so they would drop to 7, 8, 9? So all things to consider, right? You're really looking everywhere for these streams to look at all these kind of different scenarios.
Oh, great shot by
That was
Gavin.
a nice shot by Gavin, having that corner left fall a little late, but that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Love the excitement, love the emotion. Get the team fired up. See if Ethan can respond here. He's got a strike working, so try to keep up with the double. Keep it close. Another one.
Another chop.
Yes, we are seeing some chops. And honestly, I swear, I've watched this all day. There
I
hasn't
believe
been
you.
many chops.
No, we believe you. We believe you. I don't. Well,
Yeah.
again, they played so well the last game we covered them, so I don't remember seeing a lot of chops. It seemed like more strikes than anything. But
I know as a coach, your leadoff player is important to always be a quicker player and always have an energy coming off the lanes, right? That's how you want your leadoff player mostly to be.
you kind of see that, and when we play open events and stuff like that, your leadoff bowler is usually someone that's a little louder, and like you said, someone that's a little quicker, right? So they can play that. Control the pace of play, right? Control it to where you want to be. If you want to play
an energizer, right? Well, is that a good word? Good term? Yeah, he's an energizer, or that person is an energizer. You want to come off the lane always pumped and ready to roll, no matter what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even if the leadoff struggles, you still got to be that
girl.
positive.
Yeah.
But have that positive mentality, so that positivity can kind of just flow down, even on a bad frame, kind of thing, right?
And then we're making a sub here with Evan, bringing Nick on in.
All right, so Nick's in here. He obviously trailing a little bit here in his match against Cadence, and Cadence is working on a double here. So maybe Katie will go to work here.
I'm ready. Oh,
I think that was a big move. That was a good move for the BC.
Mm-hmm.
I think you 8 frames, so you got 3 frames.
Yeah.
That was the only match that they're really, that they're trailing really, like with Addison's strike there, she was ahead, and Brianna. So it's the only spot that was available. So totally makes sense from a BC's perspective for sure. Good move. So Cadence kind of opens up, the possibility of a comeback here because, throw a big shot in 9 and with that sub that just happened there. So
that was a big change around in that third hole. That was a big change around.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on that after the 9th frame, see what happens there. But 749 to 877, so there's still lots of marks on BC's side too. So we'll need Manitoba to have a big finish here to put some marks together.
One shot there. That brings him back in the match.
Yeah, that brings him right back into his match there. So gives Manitoba another strike to work with. So hopefully Max here at the bottom can match Brianna's turkey. Katie's
throw that turkey up.
Our turkey.
We need more emojis. We need more big game alerts. We need more of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Max can kind of match that from a team total perspective. It almost seems like a must-have at this point.
Yeah, I would say we're getting to that point where every shot is so important now.
All over it again. Just seems to couple head pins, couple chops, I think, for Maxim there.
Yeah.
Kind of
just those 2 chop spares in 5 and 6.
Yeah, just kind of a little heavy on the middle of this game, it seems like. So unfortunately, he's going to take it's going to be really hard to come back now because he's going to max out at about 260 max kind of thing. And Brianna's already sitting at 222 with 2 frames left, working on a double. So
BC has put up 6 marks because the 2 doubles count as 2. So we got 6 marks for BC on the 8th frame.
Yeah, so this could be they can really pull away here with a big 9th frame here. So let's see what BC does. But first place on the line here. If they take 6 points, they guarantee themselves first place qualifier.
Looks like their player cam might have gone down here. Just going to see if I can get someone from BC on the line there.
As you can see from the score there that Gavin seems to have punched a head pin. So opportunity here for Ethan to, put a strike up there and then, potentially come back because he's still sitting with the 240 there if he were to strike out. So great shot. Just make him think about it. That's all.
Let's hope the proprietor from BC didn't put on glow bowling maybe for the birthday party.
Yeah, maybe they're bowling right now. We just can't see them. So
it's coming back up here.
There we go. We just really didn't want to see that head pin.
Yeah.
Apparently. Let's see if we can get it a little bit clearer here.
So Ethan can max out at 240.
So force Gavin to do something, right? So it's still he would have to mark at least.
We're just going to refresh it, see if we can get it a little bit clearer.
And in the 2 spot here, Sadie just came off the bench, threw a strike. However, just threw a 2 pin, but we can still salvage a 30 count here with a good second ball.
A 30 will always make you smile.
Exactly. It doesn't, especially a 2 pin 30. That'd be perfect. No. All right, a little off the mark there, coming off the bench. 122 after 9, so that'll be obviously a point for British Columbia. And Kira there putting up a solid 210 after 9.
Yeah.
Your top 2 bowlers at 214 and 210 after 9. They both post up a 30 count in the last frame, and they're both sitting at 240s. Just solid, right? Just solid games.
Oh, and then the 2 pin on the other side. So not going to be a high scoring frame in 9.
Oh, and we got.
We talked about this one. This one. Yeah.
That was the young man who went in for Evan.
Yeah.
Throwing the 30 count. That puts that right back in the match.
Yeah.
We'll see if Cadence can come back that last frame there. Obviously, she had that double going before that last frame. So let's see if she can regroup. Okay. Little power chop. And now the 4th match here gets interesting too with Noah with that strike working. Wow. See, there's a lot of kind of individual matches still out there. Obviously, the big difference in pinfall is kind of in that 2 spot with that Jillian match kind of struggling and Kyra's game there. So that's a little bit of the main difference.
Yeah.
And Brianna. Brianna's got a big game at the bottom too. So.
Your team total is 200 pin difference. So that's
But probably out of the question for Manitoba, but Manitoba needs to scramble for these points.
These single points are going to be that's right. These single points will be big to see where you can position yourself in the 6th and 7th. Yeah. 6 and 6.
If it's that consolation round, then if they can ideally finish in 6, that's probably what they're aiming for. So definitely something to play for here. Hopefully these guys know it, don't get too down on themselves, but there's a lot of close matches here. So it'll be fun to see how it finishes.
Set up.
And looking ahead at this 10th frame, Alberta took 8 points their last game. Quebec took 7. So when we look at those standings, Alberta was in 3rd at 45. So with that 8 points, they're now sitting at 53. Quebec, even with their 7, is still going to end up in the consolation round. But so Alberta sitting at 53 is kind of the number to beat. It looks like that's where it's going to, because they took that 8 over over Nova Scotia.
They took 8 points?
8 points, yeah. So they're at 53, and BC right now is at that 48.5.
BC looks like they're going to be good for total for the 3 points, and then Brianna's match and Kyra's match are pretty much a lock here, so they're going to be guaranteed 5 points. So that'll put them at 53.5, right? At least.
Yeah.
With these 2 potential matches.
To get that top seed.
Yeah.
So look at that with Noah's aces there. Unfortunate break there, but 197 to 194. So he took the lead over Madison in that frame.
Yeah.
We got a 3-point match.
So here for Maxim here, I guess unfortunately, this game's out of hand there as well. He maxes out at 261. So it'll just be a matter of, kind of finishing off his game for himself, for the rest of the team, try to, help the rest of the top four at the top there, because there's a lot of points to be won there. So a good shot, get the team fired up for the last frame.
Yeah. Oh, another chop.
Yeah, even he doesn't understand. Definitely fighting something. I don't know if his speed is a little off from earlier or what's going on. He feels like it seems like he likes his shot. He's just not getting the pinfall that he's looking for.
Yeah, that one was, that's another strange hit. And
that happens, right? That happens. Sometimes it feels so good, good. And you're just like, why isn't the corners carrying? Why am I power chopping everything? Why? And it's hard to get away from it because it feels so good.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. You just start going chop crazy. And it's not bad if you can spare them all the time.
Well,
but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way.
Most of the time it's the more power and then that less, just a little less roll, right? Because you throw that little extra power, and that just takes that little off that ball where you don't get the cracker.
Yeah. But he's clearly doing the same thing over and over again the right way. He's just always getting chops. Always getting chops.
We need
So Ethan there will be boxed out. He needed the strike out to force Gavin to do something. So with that miss from Ethan, that first point will go to BC. See Gavin though, another solid, 224, potential 229 here. So kind of sticking kind of around that 230, 240 average, I believe he was at going into this game. So
Yeah.
Before this game, he was at that 237.
Yeah.
So Ethan, just a couple open frames kind of thing in between, a bunch of strikes. Just couldn't get anything really kind of put together for, getting to that 188. Because you go 6, you go open 6, strike, open 8, strike, open 10. Just couldn't put anything together. So
I think
tough end of that game for him.
Yeah, he was averaging pretty well a little over 250 there for the 8 games.
Oh,
this one here was a little less. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have those struggles, and that's just part of bowling, unfortunately.
Ethan was at 257 before that game.
Nice. It's okay. He's going to keep his good games for the consolation round.
Well, we don't know what Saskatchewan has done yet either. Oh, but I guess if they're not going to take enough points, it won't matter what Saskatchewan does.
Yeah, I think they were too far behind to. They needed a big win and some help, I think so.
Yeah, they were sitting at 36 points and.
Right. Yeah. So Kira throws that big double up there, and we're looking to see if she can get the turkey, finish out her game.
It would be kind of cool though that if BC is going to win this one, so they'd be the first place qualifier, and then Manitoba would be the 6th seed, would be the first place qualifier on the consolation side.
Yeah. All right, so that's the first 2 points for BC. Plus, they pretty much, they do have team total now as well. So that 5 will get them up to that 53.5. So they will finish our first qualifier.
So this one here, so this is a big shot here off the bench. Oh, Nick just off to the right there. So
he can still max out at 215.
Yeah, which would force Cadence to throw a mark here. So still in the game.
Yeah.
Nick, it looks like we're going to see Nick's results first. Cadence pulled back there. Get up the hill. No.
Punches out the middle.
Yeah.
So that point will go to Manitoba. So Cadence will be on the board here. Not the finish she was looking for. Open 8-9, 3-pin and 10. Kind of grinding out a small little 200 there.
She can throw the next 2 shots.
That's always my miss on a 3-pin, whatever, right? Always try to get it on the inside of the pin side, and you miss it right. So overcompensate. It's usually the miss. So good 15 there, 209, solid game.
Yeah,
gets
great
the
shot
win
by Addison to start that 4-hole, throwing the strike in the first ball.
That's right, Addison. That close match there, only 3 pins behind Noah, so
And
putting some pressure on Noah.
She will throw her 11th ball right away.
Yeah.
And it looks good. Looks good.
Gets another one.
This is going to force Noah to double, basically.
That crossed the head pin on her too. That was fantastic.
Addison averaging 270 something going into this game. 13 years old. Posting up another big number and coming back and stealing this match from Noah.
Yeah.
So Saskatchewan took 5 their last game against Ontario's 3, and Northern Ontario took 7 against Newfoundland's 1, in case anyone was wondering.
Okay.
Nice spare by Noah.
Nice spare by Noah. Gets a strike here, gets a 227. So unfortunately, Addison is going to beat him by 2 at the very least. And Brianna, unfortunately, gets a head pin in 10, but no harm, no foul there.
No, so it'll definitely be a 7-1 for BC.
Congratulations to BC, number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, they bowled absolutely fantastic so far this weekend. It's been a great group of kids.
This is congratulations to BC, Manitoba. It's you guys played well today. Clearly, you played very well. Just ran into a couple of inopportune timing wasn't there, obviously.
As watching that team for the whole day, that's they competed hard. They really did.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, as you all know, in 5-pin bowling, sometimes your best doesn't always win.
That's right.
But they averaged quite well, minus this one here being their low total. But they were still averaging as a group pretty well 240. I believe they're just under the 240 mark going into this game 9. So that overall, that's still quite an achievement for a team.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be able to regroup and I know they're going to fall into that consolation side, but the way they bowl today, they're probably one of the favorites kind of going into that consolation side. The way they've been playing, so hopefully they keep their spirits up, come out swinging tomorrow.
Yes, definitely.
There you go. Congratulations,
right.
British Columbia, 7-1 win over Manitoba. So BC clinches first place. Congratulations, Manitoba. Likely. First or second place in the consolation side for tomorrow. So,
yeah. Thank you guys again for coming on and joining us in the commentary and supporting your teams in this virtual format. And we're looking forward to seeing what they can do tomorrow in the Sunday stepladder.
Yeah.
Yes, we're definitely looking forward for tomorrow. We definitely want to see who's going to be the champion of 2024.
That's right. Thank you guys again for watching, staying with us for 6.5 hours of bowling today. And competition starts tomorrow morning, I believe, at 9 Mountain Time. Don't quote me on that.
I feel
you could be right. It's 11 a.m. Central, I believe.
11 a.m. Central. So 8 a.m. No, 9. Yeah, I believe. But there'll be posts on Facebook. We will make sure to keep you updated.
10 Mountain Time.
10 Mountain Time. All the different time zones.
9 Pacific. Yep.
9 Pacific, 10 Mountain, 11 Central, noon
12 Eastern, 1 o'clock Atlantic, 1:30 Newfoundland. Did we get everybody?
I think we got everybody. Thank you guys so much. And we'll run another sponsorship video and we'll call it a day.
All right, folks. Everybody have yourselves a good day and a good night.
Thanks, guys.
See you back tomorrow.
Yeah.